wilderness of a rare disease, what would be your only advice? And nearly all of those 18 families said, take whatever is offered in terms of help and support, and don't be patient. Don't be patient. Insist that you're getting the help from your medical support system, and be open about your stresses. There's something in research that it's called accumulation of stress plaque in parents of children with disabilities and rare and chronic diseases. And this shows on many neurotransmitters. So, moving on, we referenced the psychological and emotional impact of the study and asked those 18 families represented by 23 parents, what is your experience? So, for example, we said, caring for a child with a rare disease is associated with a decline in mental health. What are your experiences? 18 years in the journey. And what we saw very much, that parents reported self-medication, that's real. Parents reported intense phases of depression, which hindered them to deliver the care and management and coordination that a child would have needed. Many said, if I would have known what I know now, I would have been a better parent. I would have been a better caregiver. I didn't have the information. I was shelled. Social impacts and relationships. There's often quoted that relations of rare parents are fragile. That's true. But in the group that we interviewed, and it was a multicultural group, we had about 5 nationalities, very diverse cultural backgrounds, and the divorce rate was lower, significantly lower than in the country's average. So this also says that, and it's also what parents stated, their relationship at the very end benefited because they learned to communicate, they learned to work together, and they worked to get support. But also, in the very beginning, loneliness is real. Parents with rare diseases are lonely, not because they don't get support, but because they are tired, exhausted. And I think that's a real relevant point for all the medical experts here, because you are often the only point of contact to get help. You're basically a first responder. And then there's the other impact, educational and occupational. So this was the reason for our project that we did, to support parents, particularly mothers, to find a new career. After the family break, after the children found their way, many live now in independent living facilities. Some of them are still with their parents, but it was also clear they wanted to take a step towards a new career development, paid or unpaid. Because, and it's also real, retirement poverty. If parents have reduced working hours to coordinate and support the care for their child, it has an impact on the family income and on the retirement funds. And even if employers are more and more flexible, it doesn't take away the workload, the actual workload. So many mothers gave up their job. We asked them, what would you have needed to continue? More clarity in the journey, less appointments, more education for myself to continue, and more support for my own support system. What does it mean? For example, to encourage family consultations. So for example, if a therapist provides new activities, allow to bring the entire family, so everyone is involved. Everyone is in the know. So you share the knowledge, you share the burden. So and these are the real life recommendations of those parents. Again, one mother told us, we kept 2 cars, not only to get to the appointments, but also to ensure that I have some me time. This was the only time where I could be really for myself. And just think about it. 7 days a week, 24 hours. And the only me time is when you go grocery shopping and when you pretend to run errands, quote. So mental health check-ins is real. How can it be done? There's an interesting project happening in Switzerland where physicians collaborate with psychologists and offer double appointments. So the child comes to the regular appointment and the parent or the parents have a tandem appointment with a psychologist, also to learn to cope with the stressors and also to provide interventions for the child. Follow-ups, I don't know how many physicians are here in the room and who identify on a regular basis red flags. Red flags like missed appointments, unused prescriptions, inconsistencies. Typical red flags. All of the parents we spoke with reported that never ever someone asked, what is happening? Why did you miss the appointment? And it's clear, a clinic is a well-oiled machine, it must be running. But on times, those parents reported that they missed over months. Therapy sessions didn't show up consistently because they just couldn't cope with it. And they didn't have anyone to speak with. So, really, first aid responder, that's what we see in the clinics. And just a simple, what's happening, would have been an invitation to speak. Another trial that is currently on the way in also in Switzerland is family appointments, where physicians encourage families to come as a family with all relevant caretakers. Obviously, that's not a regular practice, but it's done quarterly or twice a year. So what does it mean? Brain fog is real, a mother told us. I hardly could come to the appointment, and now I needed to process all the information, have a discussion, describe current developments, responses to the interventions. I was happy to be there, and it was beyond my cognitive capacity. So that's why those family appointments have shown that the knowledge retention is way higher than with a parent alone. Respite care. Qualified respite care is not available in most of the cases. What is available is semi-private respite care. So these are grandparents, other family members, friends, neighbors. What we see, there's quite a reluctance from the medical staff and therapists to train those support network in providing respite care. One family actually, they paid their therapist for 10 sessions to train her sister-in-law and a friend to provide the kind of care so the family could take 4 days off. So, but this also takes some creativity, and it worked. Overall, what we do is we support mothers when it comes to age-related poverty fears to find new careers. And there's a new initiative on the way, we're very proud, just rolled out 6 weeks ago in the UAE, where we train mothers of children with rare diseases and disabilities to identify their formal and informal competencies and get a certificate by the Institute for Lifelong Learning, an EU-funded project. So these are steps towards the future and recommendations for your own daily practice to increase the health-related quality of life of parents. Thank you. Looking at Professor Iman, I know we don't have any time for questions, but we will around, my colleagues will be around for the next few days as well.
We will have, and Dr. Joanne, but let me first take picture with you, and then we'll ask Dr. Joanne to come, and we will we still have time for some questions for both of you. Dr. Joanne, can you please come? Yeah. So we have some time for questions for Dr. Joanne, and Prof. Iman had a question. Salah, mic for Prof. Iman. Yes.
I answered her questions.
Khas.
About the statistics in the Arab world. We do have problems. All those researchers in the room would know that we actually suffer from lack of statistics, and specifically due to ethical, cultural, and legal issues, and also the lack of proper diagnostic tools. How do we deal with that?
Yeah, I think I just told you that we do have some sporadic statistics. There's no clear statistics for the Arab world, but it is believed that it's way higher than Europe or other countries because of the high rate of consanguinity. And there will be a lot of sessions about registries that will take place. So please sit there and just the importance of registries is going to be very, very important in reporting and finding a way to work hard to publish the statistics of each region and the Arab region or the MENA region in general.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Samuel Abraham. I have a question to both of you together you can answer or individually. What I understand from both of your presentations is that there is no global consensus on definition of what is rare disease. Fine. Now, there are 4 steps I will say that you are working together, or we are working together. First is preventive genetic counseling before conception. Second is natal, during the gestational period, there could be a counseling or some steps of intervention. Third is postnatal, immediate postnatal diagnosis. And fourth is the post-diagnosis management. Among these 4, which are your first priority at this point of time in developing nations versus developed nations? I think I'm clear.
Yeah, I would say the genetic counseling is very important, especially when we know that certain diseases are running into families. But most of the time, sometimes if it's a recessive disorder, it won't show. So most of the time, the parents don't even know that they are carriers until they find out later on. But this could help for other siblings or other children. I think a combination of all that would be a perfect picture.
Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Aya Ziada from Precision Medicine Program Manager from Qatar. So thank you very much for this great presentations. My question is for Dr. Renate. So you've talked about the multiple facts of psychosocial impact on families. So in a precision medicine program, in a big corporation, for example, what do you think that could be like a framework or a standard that we could follow from the time we break the bad news till the support that we provide to families on a sustainable approach? So in precision medicine, how can we apply these frameworks? Yeah, and ensure that the patients and their families are supported all the way. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, right?
Thank you.
So I'm not a medical doctor. What I can tell you from a biopsychosocial perspective in terms of precision medicine, there's a lot of hope for parents when they listen to all the developments in precision medicine, individualized medicine, and personalized medicine and counseling. What is still missing from our perspective, and that's what we learned from those interviews, a basic foundation to acknowledge that experts are dealing with non-experts. So to equip them, what Dr. Chown also mentioned, to equip them with the education, to develop an understanding, and to make informed decisions. Precision medicine is a highly developed tool, but we need the parents, we need the families to come on board and to be able to make informed decisions. And I think when we get both worlds together, then we can really leverage whatever precision medicine will provide us.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Kundan Patel, and I'm actually representing Pharma here. So 2 questions. Dr. Joanne, thank you for your wonderful presentation. In terms of screening for rare diseases in the UAE, where do we stand at the moment? And for Dr. Renata, question for you is, what can we do as a community to support these rare disease patients and their parents? A personal example that I can give is I see a 13-year-old beautiful girl walking with her caretaker every day in my community where I live. Whenever I see her, I spend time with her, and that makes her alive. I can only imagine what her parents go through, and I always wonder, what can I do to support the parents as well? So if you, like, I'm sure we can do more as a community to support them.
Yeah, in terms of screening, I don't have statistics for the UAE, but I know that there's a lot of more awareness about genetic diseases, and I think that the UAE is equipped with the best laboratories with all the new novel sequencing technologies. And as I said, the DOH has launched a new initiative in upskilling all the healthcare professionals. So if in case there's 1% doubt that it could be a genetic disorder, then this patient has to be referred to geneticists. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a quick comment on your question. So it really depends where the parents are in the journey, right? So are they still pre-diagnosis, mid-diagnosis, post-diagnosis, or already planning the steps for the phase after when they can't take care anymore? So that's really the questions. Where are the parents? But in general, what we know from parents is what they said: I was hardly able to support myself, so I couldn't even go to a support group because I didn't have the strength. So back to your question, so what is always welcome, that parents are not seen as parents only. That, you know, a mother told me, I think she's here as well, it made my day when someone invited me to a yoga session in our building, because it wasn't about being a special mom. It was just being a woman connecting with another woman. So, and those human connections are really what are missing. And if you can provide those and look beyond the diagnosis, that would be a great support. And you're doing it already, right? Thank you for that.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joanne and Mrs. Renate. It's really great to start such conference with these very helpful and insightful information. And really the discussion after your talks were very interesting. So we will have a really full schedule over 4 days. I mean, we haven't done this before, but so far things are running smoothly. Many people came from variable countries to participate as speaker or as attendees. Now, I should first thank Burjeel Holdings, particularly Burjeel Medical City, because this Congress is in partnership with Burjeel, and they have provided great support, particularly for rare diseases. And this is related to treatment and research. I should thank my colleague, Professor Khalid Musallam, who is the Chief Scientific Officers at Burjeel Holdings, for really guiding the research in this huge medical facility, and he was really very supportive and helpful in making this meeting happen. So please, we encourage, I mean, I know many people here are from Burjeel, but people who are not from Burjeel, I really encourage you all to visit Burjeel's booth, which is just across the hall. Now, the second point that I would like to emphasize, that how much our leadership is supportive for healthcare in general, and in particular healthcare provided for people of determination and people with rare diseases. And this is actually the clear His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan is the patronage for this meeting, and he kindly agreed to come and give the opening speech, and we are actually waiting for him to arrive and give us the talk. So if you don't have any questions, you don't like to discuss anything, I really encourage you all to be around because His Highness should arrive soon, and then this really reflects how our leadership really supports these kind of diseases, and this is actually what gives us all the encouragement to do more and work harder on these fields. I mean, people with the rare diseases, if you want to say, like 80% of these people are children, and 70 to 80% are chronic illnesses. And if we look at the latest estimations of like 10,000, more than 10,000 rare diseases, and we just tried to count how many of these have a specific treatment, it's around 500. So if you do the math, it's 5%. So we're talking about diseases that affect mostly children, chronic illnesses with no cure. So I mean, I think we have many reasons to get ourselves involved and to support these conditions, regardless if we are physicians or healthcare providers or any work in any field. So, and this is like clear by the crowd in this place now. I mean, I'm sure we are coming from different backgrounds to learn more about rare diseases because we really support these conditions. So if you, I mean, again, at this point we can maybe take short break, but please stay around, and we will gather very soon. If you take my advice, I will suggest that we stay in the room. So so we are ready to welcome His Highness. And I talk too much, right? So I will stop now. Thank you. Okay, good morning again. Okay, I'm seeing people coming. Okay. So we still have chairs. Yeah, we still have plenty of chairs. So, yeah, please take your seat. And allow me to welcome you again to the MENA Congress for Rare Diseases in partnership with Borjin Medical City. Yes, please, I really encourage everyone to come from outside, and please take your seats. We still have empty chairs. It's really great pleasure and honor to see the room full. We are waiting His Highness. He'll arrive in a few minutes. I will keep you posted. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. His Highness Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Cabinet Member and Minister of Coexistence and Tolerance. Dr. Shamsheer, our colleagues and distinguished guests, welcome to the MENA Congress for Rare Diseases annual meeting in partnership with Burjeen Medical City. It's a great honor and pleasure that you all have been coming to this meeting. His Highness, if you can please give us the honor of giving the opening speech.
My dear Shamsheer, Professor Ayman Attab, Professor Khalid Sallam, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be with you at the MENA Congress for Rare Diseases once again. I had the privilege of inaugurating this annual Congress a year ago, a Congress that was highly successful. I congratulate you for putting together what promises to be a very useful Congress this year. I'm delighted to be here again and to have the opportunity to welcome and to greet all of you. I acknowledge with gratitude the positive role your initiatives play in promoting good health for everyone in our communities. Rare diseases affect people of all ages, and their effects can severely limit the patient's quality of life. The prevalence of these diseases in the MENA region is a major public health concern. And as in many countries, it's also a social and economic burden. And yet the results of the research and public health interventions have been powerfully demonstrated. We know that with correct diagnosis and proper management and treatment, many complications of rare diseases can be mitigated. Your Congress here in Abu Dhabi signifies our strong commitment in the United Arab Emirates to public health and advanced medical knowledge. Under the leadership of His Highness the President, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, we in the United Arab Emirates are committed to preventing disease as well as to treating it and caring for patients with empathy and compassion. Our approach is comprehensive. We want to promote preventive care against the conditions that cause disease. At the same time, we are always searching for effective ways to diagnose, treat, and manage disease, whether common or rare. And I must say that our country provides a highly supportive environment for your work. We have a world-class healthcare system with a clear focus on diagnosis, treatment, and public education. Our healthcare system is committed to having the most advanced technologies and to implementing the most effective treatments and cures. Your host, Barjeel Medical City, has excellent medical facilities and providers that deliver high-quality medical services. Also prominent in the support of our growing capabilities for providing exemplary health care for our population. Is the Health Authority of Abu Dhabi also, which supports all useful healthcare initiatives. Your meeting here in our country is another notable indication of the strength of UAE's commitment to excellence in healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear you have brought expertise, creativity, and commitment to your work to advance the prevention, containment, and eventual eradication of rare diseases. I congratulate you for coming together from so many countries around the region and the world. This Congress illustrates how sharing knowledge leads to increasing knowledge about and positive action against various rare diseases. I share in your great optimism that rare diseases represent an area of medical research that holds special promise. I also share in your conviction that we need an effective regional strategy where combating rare diseases is a national and regional health priority. Such a strategy must be focused and comprehensive. Superior medical personnel and first-rate health facilities are essential components. We must also increase the public's knowledge about these diseases and make people aware of the common risk factors. We must assist patients in learning how to live with a rare disease. Physicians are on the front line of the fight against rare diseases and must embrace patient education as a key part of their role. I hope you all like the music. Enjoying it. Sit down, sit down, sit down. It's okay, sit down. It's very soothing. Makes you calm and relax a bit instead of just hearing my boring speech. That's good. Let them put the volume up. It's very nice. And maybe they can turn the lights off. Maybe start dancing. I am also confident that this Congress will help you establish, as part of the strategy to deal with the rare diseases, the need for accurate data and focused studies on the prevalence of these diseases in the MENA region in particular. We must cultivate partnerships across all sectors of society to work on all aspects of fighting these diseases. Realizing that many rare diseases have no quick solution, unfortunately. And we must recognize that nationals and nations all over the world share our struggle with the rare diseases, and that we can learn from and spread successful practices everywhere. With regional and international cooperation and partnerships, we can share our own efforts and participate in all useful developments. I thank all involved in making this Congress possible. I thank our guests for being here with us today. I also thank the sponsors of this important meeting. I'm delighted that Barjeel City, Medical City, with the guidance and leadership of my dear friend Shamsheer, is demonstrating its leadership in our country's medical sector by hosting this great Congress. The launch of their project, Nader, here today also signals the determination to be the best in the field of treatment of rare diseases. Somebody's trying to compete with the music? Maybe whoever has it now didn't like this music. I am pleased that our Congress has a clear sense of purpose and extremely high quality presentations and professional activities. The entire MENA region deeply appreciate your dedication to your profession. It is my sincere hope that you will be successful in achieving all your goals and objectives. My best wishes for a stimulating and productive Congress. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Highness. Now it's also our pleasure and a great honor to have Dr. Shamsheer, the founder and chairman of Barjeel Holdings, to give his opening remarks. Dr. Shamsheer, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Sheikh, for the inspiring words. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and all those who are joining us today, united by a cause that transcends borders, rare diseases. I want to take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Cabinet Member, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, for his esteemed presence and support of this important endeavor. Thank you, Sheikh, for your inspiring words. We take heart in the recent news from Barjeel Medical City that is conducting clinical trials for potentially game-changing thalassemia treatment under the leadership of Dr. Khalid Musallam. This exemplifies the very spirit we aim to cultivate in Abu Dhabi. We are welcoming on board regional experts like Professor Ayman Al-Hattab to establish multidisciplinary units and teams that cater to the wide spectrum of clinical needs of patients with complex rare disorders. Burjeel Medical City further strengthens this commitment through its Center for Research on Rare Blood Disorders. This leading regional research hub boosts a global portfolio of high-impact publications, international guidelines, and studies. These efforts, designed to improve the outcomes of patients with rare blood disorders, perfectly align with the goals of this Congress. Sheikh also mentioned about the Project Nader and also the partnership with US-based BridgeBio will also allow us to replicate the same model for other rare diseases that have extremely limited treatment options. Over the next few days, we'll hear from the leading experts who have all dedicated their careers to research, and our combined efforts here, we can bridge the gap between the limited number of existing therapies and the vast number of rare diseases yet unconquered. Together, we can turn the tide, transforming the landscape of rare diseases care in the UAE and the MENA region. We can create future where hope blossoms, not just for the rare few, but for the millions they represent. Let the work begin. Thank you all. Enjoy the conference. Thank you.
الانترفيور. الانترفيور. افتحي الانترفيور. لا بس افتحي فاتح. انت متصلة بالانترنت؟ اكيد. طب سكري وافتحي. ايوه افتحي. ايوه هلا راح يتصل. يلا اتصل. لا بدك تسكري معي بالاخص اذا حاطه انت على التسجيل. شغلي صوتي فوق. ما بعرف. اوكي يلا جهزي البرزنتيشن. Good morning still. So yes, let's start. We will try to start on time. There is some delay. I'm sorry for that. Now, it's my great honor to introduce the MENA Preventive Medicine Summit 2024. And the chairperson for this summit is really a very distinguished person, expert in infectious disease. It's Dr. Nawar Al-Kaabi. She's the chairperson for MENA Preventive Medicine Summit, and she's consultant pediatric infectious disease in Sheikh Khalifa Medical City. She's also senior advisor at Hayat Biotech in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and she will be the chairman and the moderator for part of this summit. Dr. Nawal, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Professor Ayman, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the MENA Preventive Medicine Summit here in the dynamic and culturally rich city of Abu Dhabi. It is with great excitement that we gather today to embark on this crucial journey, focused intently on our shared mission of preventing diseases and promoting health and wellness for all. Preventive medicine, as all you know, is not limited to rare diseases. It includes a broad spectrum of health strategies and interventions aimed at maintaining and improving the well-being of individuals across all demographics, from routine vaccination and screening to lifestyle modification and early detection of disease. Preventive medicine plays a vital role in enhancing the quality of life for everyone. This summit serves as a hub of innovation in healthcare, drawing together a diverse group of healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders from throughout the MENA region and also other parts of the world. We will be work together. Our gathering here in Abu Dhabi is not just an opportunity to share and learn, but also to inspire and be inspired. We are at the forefront of a critical movement in healthcare, one that prioritizes prevention over cure and proactive measures over reactive treatments. This shift in focus is essential, given the increasing prevalence of chronic diseases, the emergence of new health threats, and the ongoing challenges posed by existing ones. Together, we aim to advance preventive medicine in our region by delving into the most recent breakthrough approaches and technological advancement. As we convene over the next 2 days, we anticipate a journey filled with enlightening discoveries, collaborative efforts, and proactive measures that will shape the future of healthcare in our region. We will explore a wide array of topics, from the latest in genetic research and early detection technology to innovative public health strategy and community-based interventions. Our discussion will encompass the full spectrum of preventive medicine, addressing the needs of diverse populations and focusing on both common and rare diseases. One of the significant aspects of this summit is our collaboration with the MENA Congress for Rare Diseases. While preventive medicine is crucial for everyone, it holds a particular importance for rare diseases, many of which lack definitive cure. Prevention in these cases can significantly improve the quality of life for patients and their families. By highlighting the importance of preventive measures in rare diseases, we hope to bring attention to this often overlooked area and provide our delegates with a deeper understanding of the unique challenges and opportunities it presents. However, our focus is broad and inclusive. Preventive medicine is about creating a health system that works for everyone, young and old, healthy and at risk, poor and rich. It's about implementing policies that promote healthy lifestyle, designing interventions that are culturally and contextually appropriate, and ensuring that every individual has access to the preventive care they need. This is a collective effort, and we are all stakeholders in this mission. As we move forward, let us keep in mind the shared vision that brings us together, protecting the well-being of generations to come from the threats of various diseases. Let us unite in our efforts to pioneer a future where preventive healthcare paves the way for improved health and wellness across our communities. Our work here will have a lasting impact, not only on the health of our population, but also on the economic and social well-being of our region. We have an incredible opportunity before us to make meaningful changes and to lead by example. The discussion, collaboration, and innovation that emerge from this summit will set the tone for the future of preventive medicine in the MENA region. Let us seize this opportunity and with enthusiasm and determination. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your commitment to advancing preventive medicine. Together, we can build a healthier and more resilient future for all. Thank you so much. So I'm delighted to present our first speaker, Dr. Val Zavereef, the Medical Director, Clinical Genomics, G42 Healthcare Abu Dhabi, UAE. His presentation about large-scale genome sequencing, evidence to equitable implementation.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank organizers for giving me opportunity to talk. And today I will talk about large-scale genome sequencing evidence to equitable implementation. I think it will not be understatement to say that we live in an era of genomic medicine. And obviously, the human genome sequencing and genomics in general change healthcare landscape. At the present time, our healthcare based on protocol-based medicine, volume-based healthcare and one-size-fits-all. What does it mean? Protocol-based medicine, it means evidence-based medicine. We have guidelines which supposed to fit average patient. But genomic medicine will change it. We will gradually move to data-based medicine. The same about volume-based healthcare. It means that the health provider gets paid for the number of treated patients. So ideally, we have to move to the value-based healthcare. The same to one-size-fits-all, because as I mentioned that, we have a guideline which was created for average patients. And yes, we are all alike, but at the same time, we have differences. And these differences has to be taken into account when the physician prescribes treatment. That is why genomic medicine, obviously, it will help better diagnosis. It will help to have fewer adverse reactions. It will help to create optimal treatment plans and help better disease monitoring. Obviously, we will start with the population genomics, and it will provide a new future by making us able to improve diagnosis. Obviously, improve prevention because we can improve population health by detecting earlier disorders at earlier stage. So which definitely will help the payers as well reduce the burden, because it's easier to deal with the causes of the disorder than you deal already with the consequences when you have clinical manifestation of the disorder. Then obviously it will help with the precision, which enable healthcare provider to understand which treatment will work better for particular disease and for particular patient. Regarding research, it also will help research to become a translational research, so we can apply our research findings at the bed of the patient. Speaking about population genomics, I cannot not to mention Emirati Genome Program. Emirati Genome Program is the first world largest and dedicated program to ever study Arab genome. This initiative is a strategic public-private partnership between Department of Health of Abu Dhabi, Ministry of Health and Prevention, and G42 Healthcare to refine the Nova Emirati genome, which through the use of moderate technology will enable us to improve and put our healthcare on a different level. If you look, and it is a really ambitious program because we plan to sequence over 1 million Emirati participants. We use the most advanced means of sequencing technology. And it is leveraged by supercomputing power, by artificial intelligence, and obviously it's also supported by high-level skilled professionals. As already mentioned, yes, the program is indeed ambitious in the largest. And what differ our program from any other similar programs, that the quality, we sequence the human genome with a 30x grade sequencing, which is medical grade, so it gives you ability not only to do research, but also gives you ability to do clinical diagnostic testing. The G42 Healthcare team, I want to mention also that the Emirati Genome Program is a voluntary program, and I would like to say kudos to G42 Healthcare team because they were able to beat the value chain. from the sample collection to the stage where is a sample stored in the biobank. We have nurses who collect the blood from the patient, who explain the patient the meaning of the program. Then we transport the sample to our G42 facility in Masdar. We sequence, process this sample. We perform bioinformatics. We analyze the data. We store the data, and we obviously store the sample in the biobank. We perform the sequencing in our G42 Healthcare Omics Center of Excellence. At the present stage, we have one of the largest labs in the world. We have Oxford Nanopore Testing Laboratory and Illumina Laboratory. And obviously, everything is automated. We have advanced automation, and we also have the biobank facility where we store our data. We store our samples. I cannot not to mention about the supercomputing power which support data analysis. We have Artemis is the engine behind the technology-enabled solution, and it's currently ranked number 26 in the world. The supercomputer delivers a total of 72 petaflops of double precision HPL performance. Just to give you an idea, what does it mean? To match what one petaflop computer system can do in 1 second, it means one have to perform one calculation every second for 31,688,765 years.
Dr. Val, 4 minutes left.
Thank you. We also have our several labs. As I mentioned, we have high throughput genomic sequencing lab, clinical genomics lab. Our facility CAPED ISO certified. We're also GCLP certified for clinical trials. All our staff are qualified and licensed, and currently in the clinical lab we offer over 100 in-house services on the test menu. At the present stage, we sequence over 500,000 samples. We stored already 920,000 samples. We have world's largest long-read database, and we have enormous amount of data, 120,000 terabyte, and our capacity 500,000 samples a year. Okay, I will skip this slide. What's important that population genomics will enable the physician to move from the evidence-based treatment to precision medicine, which will definitely increase effectiveness. Current effectiveness of the treatment, 30 to 60%. When we tailor our treatment to each individual patient, we will definitely able to increase efficacy. There is obviously advantages and limitations of preventive genetic testing. And there are certain requirements. The biggest limitation of genomic testing, the technology goes a little bit ahead of our ability to understand how we can interpret the data. And this is the biggest limitation at the present stage. There is a continuum in genomic testing. It has to be disease-focused, informing treatment decision, population-based, and predictive. So when you look at all tests which we're able to do, when you know what disease you want to test for, you can offer single gene testing. When you know which clinical manifestation, if it belongs to a certain group of disorder, then you can offer panel covering from several to hundreds of genes. But then if you're not sure, you can do whole genome, whole exome sequencing. It will help you to find the needle in the haystack. And how much time do I have? 1 minute, okay. I also would like to highlight the G42 healthcare not only it's not only about genomics, it's also about the data, because we accumulated the enormous amount of data in databases. And at this stage, the G42 is building a platform, health site platform, which enables us to bring all these databases, which we have, Malafi database, genome database, non-medical database, all sorts of databases together, so you can use this data, combine and provide value delivery for the healthcare. Because eventually, when you will be able to combine this information, you will be able to deliver to the healthcare and to help to deal with chronic disorders, infectious disease management, and any other sources. And with that being said, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Val, for this excellent overview, and we are looking actually forward to this population-based genome sequencing. I think it will help us a lot in managing almost all the diseases. Thank you so much. Presenting the certificate of appreciation. I'm honored to present the second speaker, Professor Layla Abdelwarith. She's a colleague and a friend. Professor Layla, she's the CEO of the National Reference Laboratory, Chair of Clinical Pathology, Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi, Adjunct Clinical Professor, Department of Pathology at the College of Medicine and Health Science, Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Her presentation will be on the present and the future of newborn screening. Please welcome Professor Layla.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nawal, for the kind introduction. I would also like to thank Prof. Ayman and the scientific committee for inviting me, and in fact, many thanks for hosting a very important conference that sheds the light on rare disorders, not just in the UAE, but I think in the entire MENA region. Really, I'm honored to be part of this event. And I would need some IT support.
Hello. Thank you, Maria Antonella Accente. I have the pleasure of presenting you with a certificate of appreciation. Anyone take a photo? I'll do the photo.
So maybe we have some issues with the
Okay.
with the
Thank you
sound
very
system
much, Maria Antonella Accente. It is my great
Technology's-
pleasure now to
Technology
introduce
is taking over the conference. Am I able to speak now? Fantastical. Okay, so apologies for that. So I'm going to take you through a nice trip about the present and the future of newborn screening. And thank you very much, Dr. Val, for the excellent presentation and the highlighting of the importance of genomics in this arena. So what I'm hoping to discuss is to give you an overview of newborn screening, to talk about the diseases that we screen for, the technological advancements, also the ethical and social implications and the future of newborn screening. So as you probably all know, newborn screening is a very important public health strategy for early detection and prevention of diseases if otherwise not identified will lead to significant morbidity and or mortality of the newborn. The overview of newborn screening, it should be done ideally within the first 2 days of life, so between 24 to 48 hours, but up to 1 week is still important, and it is still acceptable. But really time is of an essence here, because if you want to prevent any deleterious effect on the newborn, you really should start intervening before the first week of life if possible. It entails a sample collection, laboratory analysis, the clinical diagnosis, and then the therapeutic intervention, and then after that, evaluation of the whole continuum of care. So the outcome of the newborn screening program, how effective was the program? The father of newborn screening actually, of how newborn screening started was back in 1953 with Dr. Becker, who was the first doctor, he was a pediatrician, who was the first to find a treatment for a condition called phenylketonuria. And with the treatment of phenylketonuria, which leads to severe mental retardation in children, that was the first trigger for people then to start thinking about how can we pick up this disorder early in life in order to treat it. Then came Dr. Guthrie, Professor Guthrie, who invented a technique at that time. It's called the bacterial inhibition technique. So basically the blood spots of the babies were put on a plate, and if the baby has elevated level of phenylalanine, it will actually inhibit the particular bacteria from growth. That was the test that was used to screen for newborns in the 60s, and actually continued to be used for a while. Then with the evolution of technology in the 90s, with the introduction of immunoassays and advancements in automation, the menu for newborn screening increased to include thyroid disorders, as well as sickle cell disease and other disorders as well. And then in the 2000, there was the introduction of LC-MS, or liquid chromatography mass spec, which is a very advanced analytical tool. And for the first time, from one blood spot, we were able to analyze multiple analytes in just one go. Before, it was one test, one blood spot. Now only one blood spot, and we get a lot of results and a lot of analytes. So it was a very powerful analytical tool. And with the introduction of LC-MS, the newborn screening paradigm shifted to include 44 disorders. At that time, there were 20 core disorders, or they call the primary targets, and then there were secondary targets, secondary disorders that were also picked up by the LC-MS, albeit the intervention for these disorders was less effective than the core disorders. But for minimum All laboratories performing newborn screening had to at least provide the 20 core disorders on the LCMSMS, in addition to the other ones that we were already providing, the endocrine ones as well as the sickle cell ones as well. Now, with the introduction of gene therapy, and then with the introduction of whole exome sequencing and whole genome sequencing, with the introduction of the CRISPR technology, which is the gene editing technology, now all of a sudden we are able to provide gene therapy for inherited genetic disorders. And the first and very pronounced prototype was for the skeletal muscular atrophy, which is a devastating progressive disease which will lead to death eventually. For the first time, we were able to treat and reverse a genetic condition. There are others as well that are currently actually implemented as well for hematological disorders as well, using the CRISPR technology. So that necessitates that programs, newborn screening programs, start to look at perhaps we should consider incorporating molecular and genomics into our newborn screening program. This is an example in the United States. Currently, in the United Arab Emirates, we screen for 28 disorders. So these are the disorders that are described by the Ministry of Health, and they are screened for by the national screening programs. And we're fortunate that the National Reference Laboratory is one of the laboratories providing newborn screening in the country. So basically, it is the amino acid disorders, the organic acid disorders, and then you have the endocrine disorders, and you have other disorders as well, which also include hearing loss and cardiovascular diseases, which are obviously not done in the lab, but done at the clinical settings. And this is just the results of our newborn screening, just for the last couple of years. This is just the data highlighting the most kind of prevalent diseases that we picked up in our laboratory for this program, for the amino acid disorders and then for the hemoglobinopathies. Now we go back to the molecular testing for newborn screening. So in 2021, the etiological or the etiology of thousands of disorders was actually determined very accurately by genetic means. So more than 4,000 genes have been, disease-causing genes have been identified, and millions of variants, pathogenic variants, have also been identified. So with that, the advocacy came for germline screening for these variants in newborns, and as Dr. Val alluded earlier, as part of population-wide screening. Currently, molecular tests are incorporated as a second tier, what we call diagnostic tests, for some of the disorders. So when we find a positive screen, some of the disorders we confirm the diagnosis using the molecular test. But now the notion is we should perhaps consider using molecular tests as primary means for newborn screening. Okay, now my slide is a bit stuck. Okay, so then the criteria for the genes to be considered to be included for a newborn screening program has to fulfill certain criteria that was advocated by the American College of Medical Genetics. Basically, that you have the technical detection level at the gene level, that you have the additional clinical criteria or tests that you can use to confirm this. So if you diagnose this by genotype, maybe you have a biochemical test or imaging or something else to confirm the genotype by the phenotype. The clinical presentation as well, it's for conditions that are either clinically silent, but obviously have significant morbidity, mortality, or have an acute onset, or have a preventable measures and the treatment is available. Also criteria about the morbidity and mortality, so high morbidity and mortality, and high penetrance throughout the lifespan, and also actionable or actionability is required. So with that then, the latest recommendation from the American College of Medical Genetics and Genomics is basically to incorporate these panels. And before, we used to call them known pathogenic and expected pathogenic variants, and now they've changed the nomenclature, so we can call them secondary finding rather than known pathogenic or expected pathogenic
Dr. Laila,
variants.
you have 4.5 minutes left.
4 minutes?
4.5.
4.5, thank you. And these are the evaluation criteria that the college used to evaluate what are those genes that should be incorporated in the panel. Again, the classifications. And from that, they came up with a list of 73 genes and variants that should be incorporated into population genomics or newborn screening. Now, as you can see here, most of them are cancer-related genes. Majority are related to cardiovascular disorders, and then some very few ones are related to metabolic disorders and other disorders. And this is where the problem is. So this is the 73 genes suggested. So the challenges here now is, okay, first we were screening newborns for acute metabolic disorders that is going to affect them in the first phase of their life, in the first few weeks of their life, and we have to intervene very quickly to treat. Now we're shifting to identify patients at risk of cancer, at risk of Alzheimer's, at risk of cardiovascular disease, and so on, when they're like 2 or 3 days of age. What are we going to do with this information? Who is going to follow that child throughout the phases of life? So then when the age comes, and if they have the BRCA gene, the BRCA cancer gene for breast cancer, for example, they intervene at this time. This created some dilemma for public health and for laboratories who really want to go ahead and implement the newborn screening using genomics data. What sort of consent should we get? Who should consent? The parents. You have to remember these are the parents now, not the baby. And that individual has to be a clinical geneticist, because they have to explain to the parents what they are getting into and how to interpret these results, and are they prepared to deal with the interpretation of the results or not. How are we going to report those significant findings? So this is what Dr. Val was talking about. It is a very complicated and requires very highly skilled and trained individuals. There is a whole infrastructure that requires to be present if you would to implement genome screening for newborns. Yeah, the finances is number one, of course. Information technology to computate and have all this information, and also have this information available in the medical records of that child, so this present throughout the lifespan of this individual. National Quality Assurance Program, research funding, data sharing, and therapeutic development. So these are all challenges and questions. I will close now with a call of action. I hope I managed to alert you that yes, the future of newborn screening is amazing, it's fantastic with the era of genomics. However, we need to have a national scientific decision-making process in place. We need to develop a national quality assurance system. We need the development of national information system and program standardization, and development of newborn screening information system, and a national policy to regulate this. With this, I'd like to close, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Laila, for this very interesting talk, because newborn screening, it's really topic which has to be taken into consideration. And with that, I would like to thank you for this speech, and I would like to present you with a certificate of appreciation. And with a great pleasure, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Professor Iman Gad. She is Dean of Faculty of Education and Professor of Special and Inclusive Education, British University, Dubai. She will be talking about myths and facts related to preventing disabilities, positive parental approach.
Clicker is working? Yeah. Right, hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. You can hear me well? Right, you've been sitting down for a little while. Would you mind just do this? Up in the air. I want to see hands. Hands, hands, hands. Well done. What an audience. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been sitting for a long time. Okay. Is this working as well? Is this mic working as well? If I talk like this, can you hear me? No? Yes. Can you hear me now? Yes. Fantastic. All right. Right. Thought long and hard about what to give you here, but it's actually about myth and facts related to preventing disabilities. What I would like to do today is to give you a little bit of an idea about, can disability be prevented, really? I mean, can we do this? I think if that would happen, we probably wouldn't be here today. So the simple answer is no, but let's actually examine this a little bit. Talking about famous and common disabilities, separating myth from reality, and ending with the future of disabilities. Right, let's start first with once you're here. Once you're born and you're a human being on this earth, there will be known fact about preventing disabilities. I guess all of you, you've seen this before. What do we do to prevent disabilities if you'd like to have a healthy child? And if you are here and you're born, what would you like to do? I'm going to prevent being disabled by quitting smoking. I'm not going to ask how many smokers in the room, because you probably know yourself, but one of the things that we do in order to prevent being disabled in our old age is quitting smoking, doing regular checkups. Half of the room, maybe most of the audience here are doctors. Any physicians in the room? Any doctors in the room? Put your hands up. If you are doctors, oh, wow, only, all right, fantastic. Not many. I thought we'll have lots of doctors here. That's good. You need to watch your weight. I've watched my weight. I used to be very overweight and changed my life, thank God. So you change your lifestyle and you change your exercise. And you do, you be mindful of your life, mindful of your lifestyle, mindful of what is good for you and what is not good for you. And you prevent being disabled by watching your back. Apparently, all the doctors who are specializing in treating our backbones here will say, yep, if you would like to prevent being disabled, you have to watch your back. The way you bend, the way you sit, the way you do. Be gentle with your back so it will be gentle to you later on in life. And certainly it will be helped with our geriatric care later on. And the last but not least, everybody now into mental and emotional health. You know, your mindfulness about your mental health apparently actually makes you more prone to be preventative of disabilities. And we all know now that emotional disabilities are oversighted and not very well known. And many people pretend that they are aware of their emotional disability kind of possibilities in future, but they are not. So mental health and being aware of your emotional health now is a big thing in order to be a person who would prevent disabilities. Do we all agree? Yes? Yeah, this list, we're trying to do this. Everybody is trying to do a bit of this. However, this comes the however. We're very interested in what happens then if we did all this while we are here on earth, but how about those who are yet to come? Can we prevent having a baby with disability of the rare disease or etc.? I listened carefully to previous colleagues talking about the statistics and what do we do, and again, once the child is born, what is it that we can do in order to prevent the consequences and the symptoms for actually taking over our life. We listened earlier in the morning about parents and their struggle when they have a child with disability or a child with a rare disease, etc. But I mean, the good old classification of disabilities, if we go in a general umbrella, people would say physical, wheelchair users, etc., or anybody who's having a problem with physical movement. Cognitive, people with IQ issues, where actually the disability is in how we process. There are 4 processes of how we understand things: taking information, so people have a problem with taking info. Storing information. Have you ever lost a file on your desktop before? Put your hands up if you ever lost a file in your desktop before. Yeah. Welcome to my world. So storing information. Have you ever looked at somebody in the supermarket and I say, I know this person, and she's smiling at me, and she said, hey, Iman, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't know who you are, you know. It happened, right? This is where your wires in the brain, neuroscientists in the room would agree, your wires in the brain trying very hard to put a picture and a face to the name, and we can't sometimes. And then we start to say, if you're an Arabic speaker, you say, Ya halwa, ya jamila, ya amar, ahlan. And if you're an English speaker, hey darling, fantastic, oh honey. She's not really a honey, you just can't remember her name. Because the receptors are not, you know, they're not working very well, right? Neuroscientists would agree to this. And then, taking info, storing info, storing info, and then retrieving info. This is when you say, hey, Amal, of course, I miss you, how are you? كيف البذورة, كيف العيال, and I know who you are, because now your brain didn't fail you. And then last but not least, taking, storing, retrieving, and using information. That's James Bond when he's flying out of a plane and trying to love somebody and flirt with a woman and be good and, you know, save the universe and also kill the bad guys. This is all multitasking, kind of using information. So cognitive disabilities, when we have an issue with any of those 4 areas, taking, saving, retrieving, and using, we have an issue with cognition, okay? In a nutshell. So this is the well-known IQ issues. And then sensory-related disabilities, where we have a problem with, like the little young fella here. We use a white cane because we have a visual impairment or being hard of hearing or deaf, etc. And of course, there are other. And when I say other, multiple classification. This is the good old classification, like autism, for example. Autism fits in all sorts of things. For years and years, I specialize in developmental disability. We put it under a developmental disability, and then PDD, pervasive developmental disabilities. And people have these umbrellas here and there. Autism fits here and well. Last but not least, we can say other disabilities, and some of those disabilities are related to rare diseases. When we have a rare disease, that happens sometimes. So this is a good old classification. Moving into the international classification model, functionality model, the WHO, and most of you who are, if you are a doctor here, you'd know that WHO is our guide. During COVID, I think they were very famous. We used to sit, cleanse our seat and say, I'm not gonna believe anything, I'm just gonna believe the WHO. Because that's a global organization that is basically in non-racial, non-religious, non-nothing. It's basically, this is the global organization that looks after the health of people, right? So WHO told us that in order to have a functionality, we need to actually look, the disability classification, it's about functionality. And our functionality is about health condition, your general health condition. So I trust people with rare diseases may be affected. People with body structure issues, you know, and people with participation issue. Fine, did I spell this right? I have dyslexia, I hope I spelled this right. Yes, I did. I do have dyslexia. And that's another disability. So participation issue, so you're good, but you're not participating enough for all sorts of reasons, and that's why we go back to mindfulness, being aware, are you doing what you should be doing, and moving, okay? And the environment, you're good, but the environment is making you disabled. We call this environmental-based disability. So basically, you're fine as a person with disability, you can function, but the environment is not supporting you. And this is why you have a classification maybe different from Norway, from Zimbabwe, because the same cerebral palsy or the same rare disease may be seen differently due to functionality and the environment effect on the person. Everybody now say that it is not a disability, it's a society that disabling. Of course, the attitude. We call it in Arabic, أنت لست معاق, المجتمع معيق. Okay, so you're not really disabled, the surroundings actually are disabling you. This is a new functionality now thing. And last but not least, how are you functioning every day? So if you're a person with disability and you ride in the bus, you go into the bus and the bus goes down to you for you to get with your chair, accessibility, you're not really disabled, you're functioning. But if you're the same person on the same wheelchair in a country or in a place where you can't get anywhere, you're disabled. So we use this model to support the people. Of course, if you go what is the myth and taboos about this classification? What is this related to prevention? Okay, if we really adopt the good old normal distribution, I gave an example about cognitive disabilities. If we adopted the normal distribution in cognitive disability, then I will be sticking to numbers and percentage. And all morning, we have been listening to people talking about statistics, numbers, and percentage, right? Wrong, because the myth here is sometimes we can't guarantee this. This is basically false, because it depends on the time of the day. If anybody in assessment here will tell you that how many people been wrongly diagnosed, how many people misdiagnosed, overdiagnosed, underdiagnosed. Even in autism, it's a disaster, really. So what we want to do is we want to keep away from this. One of the big myths here is we want to keep away from the good old normal methodological tools, and we go for what we call it comprehensive assessment in order to really look at disability and try to prevent it. Because most of the time, many times, I've seen it, I've been serving parents of children with disability for more than 30 years, and that will tell you how old I am. But actually, every day I hear stories about people being misdiagnosed, underdiagnosed, overdiagnosed, missed out. And of course, rare disease is even a big red flag here. So we need to do away with this. Let's talk quickly about the 3 stages. Planning. What do I do to prevent disability when I plan? I need to look at my lifestyle. And yes, your lifestyle as a mother-to-be is very important. And this is not a joke or a fashion or a fancy thing to say, I am not fat, I'm just pregnant wearing that t-shirt. No, 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 you need to do it well. So when you plan to be pregnant, you have to look at your lifestyle. Am I good enough to be a mother, health-wise? You need to look at your health. You need to look at mental well-being. And again, you need to look at predispositions. In rare diseases, my God, you know, if you have a rare disease in your family, it's called rare, but also we know that there are dispositions. All the doctors in the room will agree. So we really need to look out. I can't have a cousin with a rare disease and just ignore it and go ahead and have 5 children without looking at what are the possibilities. So this is in the area of planning. When it comes to during birth, and we all know that cerebral palsy, for example, good 50–60% of people with cerebral palsy had an issue when it comes to birth, whether the head stuck, anti-cesarean section. Funny enough, we were doing a study on the Emirates in Al Ain. I taught in United Arab Emirates University for a while, and about 20 years ago, we did a study on Al Ain. And funny enough, those who were in their 30s, this is in year 2004, in their 30s and with cerebral palsy, pretty much all the mothers refused cesarean section at that time. So we're talking about people who were born in the 70s. Mothers at that time, there was a bit of a taboo and cultural issue about, as if you're not going to be a complete woman if you had a C-section. And of course, complication happened. And when complication happens, one of the complications could be a CP, as we know. And of course, that's an issue. So we need to look during birth, what is it that we do? And if we are in a country that still look at cesarean section as a secondary successful motherly thing, we need to rethink that. Teacher education, parents education, children education, family education is important. And unfortunately, that happened in some countries until now. You need to monitor during birth what's happening, and of course, intervention immediately. This morning, we've heard about lots of the tests that people do within 2 days, but is it happening all the time? We are blessed to live in an advanced country when it comes to primary health care and the immediate attention to a mother, but in many countries, that's not even feasible. And unfortunately, the midwife, for example, just oversight this. Now, what do you do to prevent? I like this because I think that we are really, when it comes to assessment.
4 minutes,
okay.
50 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. After birth, what do we do? Of course, we need to immunize our children. The early signs, the ADOS, the ASQ, the other tools for autism, for example. Now the GP role in the UK, when they started to get the general practitioner to do 3 signs of autism, 18% immediately of all children with autism had early diagnosis. When he looks at the mother and say, does he give you eye contact? Does he use language? Does he grab your hand and go like this when he's going for the fridge? All children do this at a certain age. But he asked the mother a specific question. So we do prevent. I didn't prevent autism here, but I had an early intervention to support or lessen the symptoms of autism and catch it early. I'd like very much to use this all the time because I've listened to Dr. Laila and other people who say, what do you do? Action plan. If you look at each particle here, again, the particles stand there. By the way, they don't move, they just go like this. That's it, really. Well, I'm not going anywhere, I'm still here. okay? Still here, all right? But what happened? It's like a Mexican wave. We need to do this. Unfortunately, I sob my eyes. I've been an advocate for disability for 30 years. And I look at everyone in the room and I say, we leave the room, we exchange business cards, and nothing happened. We work in pockets. Very sad, we work in pockets. So what we need to do, we need to do a Mexican wave. Somebody needs to start a Mexican wave and we'll all move. You sit in the stadium and you look at yourself and you wait eagerly, and you look, I'm gonna be in the part, and you wait for your turn, and you time it, and you stand up and go, yay! Because this is the time. So we need to plan it and plan it well. Am I right? We need to plan it and plan it well. With the same enthusiasm you get in a stadium cheering for your best team, you need to have the same enthusiasm. Doctors, physicians, neuroscientists, teachers, inclusivists like myself, advocate, I'm a Goodwill ambassador, many people who are basically spreading their energy, they actually need to spread their effort and work together. Do not leave the room and work in silo. When you exchange a business card, go home and say, you know what, I'm gonna drop an email to Dr. Laila and say, you talked about prevalence, you talked about numbers, I work in social science, I support parents, let's do something together. Research, ladies and gentlemen. I believe in R&D. We have to have evidence-based. We don't just want to advocate. So remember that Mexican wave, it sits with you. Last but not least, final thoughts, what is it that we can do? We can work together. We will not, I don't think we'll ever prevent having a child with disability. We'll always have a kid with disability. We'll always have a person with disability because that's it. This is the norm, right? But what we can do is we can work together to give them a better life. We can work together to support them. We can make sure that we lessen the impact of rare diseases, disability, anything that hinders the functionality of such an individual. This is what we can do. By accepting them, by changing our attitudes, by not looking at them and us, but looking at everybody. I'd like to end by saying that we're all beautiful in each in our own way. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing you.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. I would like to present you with a certificate appreciation. And with a great pleasure, I would like to introduce Dr. Huda Al-Khankhani. She's a consultant pediatric infectious diseases, Sheikh Khalifa Medical City, Abu Dhabi. She will talk about pediatric immunization, what is new.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning everyone, and finally, different flavor to the talks. So from prevention of rare diseases to prevention of infections, which is everyone's responsibility, and I'm very glad to be here today to talk to you about updates in the immunization. And I'm really glad that the scientific committee did choose this topic because it's an important topic for everyone. I think my slides are not moving. Yes, okay. Just want to make sure that the slides are moving. Okay, so we'll talk about the pediatric immunization in general, current burden of infection preventable diseases, and I will talk about the updates on RSV, pneumococcal vaccines, meningococcal vaccines, and a little bit about the updates in the UAE immunization as well, and what is new in the market and what's new to come even in the future. So the fight against vaccine preventable infections or infections in general has been an old fight. So since the 1400 or 1700, we started with the variolations. And with that, we were able to eradicate smallpox at some stage. In 1885, In 1885, cholera vaccine was tried as well, and rabies prevented millions and millions of deaths when it was introduced. And in 1918, millions of people died from Spanish flu, and then we got to know that influenza deserves to be also looked into in terms of vaccination, and lots of trials has been done with regards to the influenza vaccine. In 1967, OPV and pertussis vaccine also has been introduced. With the mass vaccination of population, smallpox was eradicated. And in 1971, we started to have the vaccines against pneumococcal vaccine, polio, and other essential recommendations for the vaccines. Ebola was also introduced in 2019, especially in countries that suffer from endemic Ebola. And in 2021, everyone in this room did observe the massive change with the vaccines production and with the vaccine development when COVID came. So what's new? With all of those efforts of vaccine preventable diseases being done, still until 2018, lots of pediatric death is related to vaccine preventable diseases in general worldwide. And even up to 700 children die on an annual basis based on the WHO report due to vaccine preventable diseases. So still there is a lot of factors related to infection-related death, even with all of those efforts. And when you look at the infections related to death, Streptococcus pneumoniae, which we have vaccine for, strikes to be one of the most important factors. And to look into the vaccine uptake in general worldwide, usually the WHO will look into the tetanus vaccine uptake. When you see in 2019, in this slide, the uptake was around 86%. In 2020, as we've seen during COVID, a lot of countries did not have access to vaccines, and a lot of people were not sure enough to get the vaccines. So we had lots of low uptake during this period from 2020 to 2021, and then we had a little bit of catch-up, but we are not still into the level of pre-COVID uptake when it comes to the vaccine. And that's why the WHO announced the World Immunization Week in 2023 to be the big catch-up, which means we have to catch up for those who did not have the chance to get the vaccine during COVID, restore at least what we have done in efforts before COVID, and strengthen the immunization programs that need to be strengthened. So what's new when it comes to the vaccine? Usually after the FDA approval, the ACIP would give a recommendation for the annual vaccines to be given to pediatric population and adult population. And when you look at the ACIP recommendation of 2024, RSV vaccine, not to say vaccine, but RSV monoclonal antibody was added into the pediatric age group, while RSV vaccine was also introduced into adult vaccination program. More than RSV, COVID has been recommended in 2023, especially the variant of especially the vaccine that covers the variant of Omicron, and a lot of other vaccines has been also introduced, such as dengue for those who are living in endemic regions or planning to travel to endemic region if they had a previous exposure. Meningococcal vaccine was also re-looked at, especially for those who are at high risk, and pneumococcal vaccine was updated in this recommendation. Again, the zoster vaccine for adults, this is just an extra information. So zoster was also introduced into adult population, and RSV for sure. Let's talk about RSV. RSV deserves to be vaccinated for. It causes an annual outbreak across the globe, and especially in children and in those who are below 5 years of age, and usually tends to be on a seasonal variation, where the northern hemisphere would have it in different months, and the southern hemispheres will have the activity in different months. And those are very important because as a preventive strategy, you need to know when to give the vaccine or when to give the monoclonal antibody for your population. When you look at the burden, lots of hospitalization, millions of hospitalizations, millions of admissions are related to RSV worldwide. And you need to expect any child who is above 2 years of age that he have had RSV at least once in his life. And that's how common is RSV. Risk factors, of course, young age, those with chronic lung disease, prematurity, congenital heart disease, and those with immune deficiency are at higher risk for severe disease, while malnutrition and being on child attendance will increase the risk of exposure. The story about RSV vaccine goes back into 1966, which I will not bother you with a lot of details, but we were not successful at that point with the formalin inactivated vaccine, and it caused actually an adverse paradoxical effect where some kids died from that vaccine, and then we stopped. However, we never stop in medicine, right? We always try. So in 1980, IVIG was started, but it wasn't practical, and then IgA was also tried and also did not give good response. However, today we have different strategies when it comes to RSV prevention. We have the RSV vaccine that was FDA approved and recommended for pregnant ladies in their third trimester. We have the children vaccines that are in the third phase 3 trials, and we have the monoclonal antibody. What we are doing at the moment is palivizumab, which is a monoclonal antibody that targets the F protein, which is a very important protein. It's called the fusion protein. It's the first step for the virus to get into the body. So that sticks into the F protein and prevents infection. However, palivizumab needs to be given on monthly basis and even every 3 weeks for the first 1 to 2 doses. And it has to be given, because of cost effectiveness, it has been recommended for high-risk groups only. Today, we have nirsevimab, which is a prolonged-acting monoclonal antibody that has a mutation which gives it a longer half-life, and therefore, nirsevimab can be given only once during the season. You don't need to repeat the doses, and it's been recommended for all infants because we recognize that RSV is a disease of all infants, and lots of RCTs have shown the effectiveness of nirsevimab, where it can prevent RSV-related LRTIs, admissions, and even and even hospital attendance. And I will talk more about nirsevimab in my noon lecture as well, so I might skip through some of the slides here, but just to let you know that nirsevimab has been approved by the ACIP recommendation and FDA to be used for all infants, and lots of NETAC countries, NETAC committees has approved its use. Again, RSV vaccine has been also approved for adults population who are above 65 years of age, but I will not focus on adults today, and has been also approved for pregnant ladies to be used in the third trimester to prevent infection in early life of newborns, because preventing infection is really important. You can change future of the babies with prevention of early RSV infection, as it's been also attributed to recurrent wheeze and asthma. Now, because of the availability of both, AAP has also provided guidance on when to give nirsevimab, when to use palivizumab if the only available is palivizumab, and if you have a maternal vaccine, who should be eligible for the nirsevimab, and should you give different doses? And you can visit the AAP for that guidance. COVID-19 vaccine, 2023, ACIP has recommended the Omicron variant to be used for all 6 months and above, although COVID is, as all of us agree, it's currently more of a milder disease, but we still see severe COVID and we still see mortality related to COVID. We should always keep it in our mind. And pneumococcal vaccine updates, as you all know, pneumococcal infection is a very important with a high burden when it comes to pediatrics and to adults. It's one of the most common hospital-acquired, not hospital-acquired, but reason for hospitalization, at least for bacterial pneumonia, for both adults and pediatrics. And when you look at pneumococcal disease, we categorize it into invasive and non-invasive, where invasive is meningitis, bacteremia with pneumonia, and septicemia. And the vaccines usually focus on preventing invasive disease. And just to add into that, with COVID, we have seen an increase in the invasive pneumococcal disease, and that's probably related to our blunted immunity after being not exposed to viruses and to bacterial infections for a long time. However, the burden of invasive pneumococcal disease has increased by more than 50% according to US studies. Pneumococcus has been always a focus, and in 2000 was the first vaccine that was introduced into the market, which is PCV7 to be used for pediatrics, and then in 2010, PCV13 has been introduced, and today we have different types of vaccines, including PCV15, 13, 20, and the old vaccine, which is PPSV23, is still available. The impact of pneumococcal vaccine is not only in pediatrics. Yes, it did prevent invasive pneumococcal disease by 93% almost in pediatric population, as you can see here. After the introduction of pneumococcal vaccine, you see a significant drop in the invasive pneumococcal disease in pediatrics, but also even when we vaccinated children, we got also herd immunity, and thus it did prevent invasive pneumococcal infection in adult population. However, at the same time, pneumococcus is a very interesting bug. So yes, we introduced the vaccines,
you have
but
4
we
minutes,
started...
50 seconds left. 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
3 minutes, okay.
4.
4 minutes, 4.5. So we started to have non-vaccine preventable serotypes circulating in the population causing invasive disease, and therefore the ACIP recommendation, the new recommendation, is to use PCV15, which covers more serotype, or PCV20 if you have access to PCV20, and gives more guidance on whom to give the PCV20, and if the person did receive the previous serotype coverage by serotypes, then how to give the catch-up. This is a good recommendation. They almost deleted PCV13 from the schedule of ACIP recommendation. However, that doesn't mean that it doesn't work. In fact, it does give good protection, but you just need to expand the coverage of the vaccination. And at the moment in the UAE, we have the PCV13, not 15 or 20. I believe private sector have access to the other serotypes. Pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine has been recommended for high-risk individuals, so for adults with multiple comorbidities, for pediatric patients with asthma, and those who are at risk for pneumococcal disease, including immunodeficient patients. And this is, you can see more guidance toward what to give and when to give, and how to give a catch-up in ACIP recommendation guideline. Now, influenza vaccine. Influenza, again, recommended for all children above 6 months of age. However, the new recommendation is to even giving it to those who had egg allergy. Although previously we were like, oh, if someone has an egg allergy, then better to not give it outside the hospital setting. However, now that we are more lenient into giving it for those who have egg allergy. Meningococcal vaccine, as you all know, meningococcal vaccine is also has been also developed over the years. So we have the quadrivalent vaccine, which is the ACWY. We have the monovalent vaccine, which is used for endemic regions such as B and C, or for high-risk group. And we have now the pentavalent vaccine, which is the new vaccine that has been introduced into the market. The pentavalent has A, B, C, W, and Y. So for someone who is at risk for meningococcal disease and eligible for all of those, you can give him the pentavalent vaccine, but it's still under review for safety, so they don't still recommend it to be given for booster doses. And I will not go into more details, but you can see this nice table in UpToDate, which can guide you on when to give the vaccine and intervals and ages that you can give the vaccine for. And it has been also added to the ACIP as part of special group vaccination. Others, malaria vaccine is under development, and WHO is endorsing it to be used for endemic region, even for children, but it's not yet FDA approved, so it is a promising thing to come in the future. Monkeypox vaccine has been added, especially after the outbreak of monkeypox, especially for adolescents and sexually active adults with high-risk behaviors. And local vaccine updates has been always updated according to the international guidance with regards to available vaccination. And in our national guideline, we have the PCV13. We have also guidance for catch-up immunization for those who did not receive it. We have also guidance to give a 3+1 PCV13 for those who are at high risk for pneumococcal disease, guidance with regards to the PPSV23. And we also have guidance toward introducing the HPV vaccine for our male children at adolescent years, which was added recently into the national immunization program. So more to come when it comes to the vaccination. There are lots of trials with regards to CMV, for example, human metapneumovirus, and GBS to prevent future diseases, because these are areas of concern which can cause significant burden when it comes to pediatric population, and even related to disabilities when it comes to pediatric population. So take-home message. I'm on time, that's number one. Number two, vaccines work, and vaccine development is very dynamic, and we have seen that in COVID, and we've noticed that with COVID. Be aware of the new vaccines, be aware of the new recommendation, and know where to search for your resources. Current vaccine updates focusing on RSV prevention across all ages, on pneumococcal new strains, and meningococcal preventive strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huda, for your talk. This is again certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
We continue our Congress, and this is with a great pleasure. I would like to introduce Dr. Tahir Said, consultant clinical psychologist, CEO Irish Wellness Medical Center, and CEO Consultants Medical Center, Abu Dhabi, UAE. He will give presentation about the role of early intervention in preventing psychological complications among children with neurodevelopmental problems.
Thank you so much for giving me this honor to be here to present about early intervention. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to start with early intervention. I will introduce what is early intervention, and then I will talk about understanding neurodevelopmental problems and what are the psychological complications with neurodevelopmental disorder. And then I will move forward with early intervention approaches. What are some of the approaches, psychological approaches, and then challenges and barriers with early intervention. Children with, I must start with I've been working with children for almost 30 years. And I must confess here that before I would sit with children, I would work with them on the floor, and I would really enjoy working with children with disabilities. But now I need to confess that when it is difficult for me now to sit with children on the floor, and it is also difficult for me when I sit, I cannot stand. So this is where I am now, but it's my passion. I want to work with children with neurodevelopmental disorder. Children with neurodevelopmental disorder challenges unique obstacle in their development and well-being. These children are born with those characteristics, those behaviors, and with these conditions, it varies with their presentations in terms of their severity, and they all share the common features of affecting individuals' neurological development and functioning. Neurodevelopmental problems refers to a broad category of conditions that affect the development of nervous system, including the brain, spinal cord, and nerves. These conditions typically manifest early in childhood. As I said, children are born with it and are characterized by impairment in various areas of functioning, such as cognition, communication, social interaction, motor skills, and behavior. These are some of the conditions of neurodevelopmental disorder. Autism spectrum disorder, where they face challenges with their social interaction, communications, and there are some repetitive behaviors. Then attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, where children face with difficulties with their attention, they are hyper and impulsive, and that interfere with their daily functions. And then intellectual disability, limitation in intellectual functioning, such as reasoning, problem solving, and learning, and adaptive behavior, such as communication, self-care, and social skills. Then specific learning disorder, where children may perform well on, when we are doing this specific learning disorder diagnosis, what we do is that we do a psychoeducational assessment. These children, they have to perform well on their IQ test, and they should perform less than below 2 percentile on academic testing. And then we can diagnose them with specific learning disorder like dyscalculia, dyslexia, and dysgraphia. And then communication disorder, which is a speech disorder, language disorder, and then motor disorder, where we need the help of an OT. Why early intervention is important? Early intervention addressing psychological complications early can prevent long-term adverse effects on a child's development and quality of life. Quality of life, psychological complications can significantly impair a child's quality of life and hinder their ability to engage in everyday activities, form relationship, and achieve their potential. By addressing these complications, we can improve the overall functioning of children with neurodevelopmental delays. Family dynamics, there is a lot of stress on parents when a child is born with neurodevelopmental disorder. The first thing is the acceptance. It is the job of sometimes a clinician or educationist to explain to the parents, because the parents don't normally accept, and the acceptance comes very, they don't accept it. So it becomes very difficult for them. And then we have educational and social outcomes. Psychological complications can interfere with a child's educational progress and social integration, leading to academic difficulties, peer rejection, and social exclusion. By addressing these complications, we can facilitate better education and social outcomes of children with neurodevelopmental challenges. When parents come to us, I usually tell them that, this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. In sprint, yes, in marathon, you have to really look after yourself. You have to take care of self, and they need a lot of support, especially the families, from their family members, from their friends. And long-term mental health, we know that if these issues are not addressed at an early age, they'll present with more severe psychological issues. We know that brain is plastic, and the early years of life are a period of significant brain development and plasticity, during which neural connections are forming and refining at a rapid pace. Research indicates that early experiences and early interventions can have a profound effect on brain development, shaping neural circuits and establishing the foundations for future learning, behavior, and health outcomes. And we also know that there is a critical periods of development. We have seen many cases where children were abused, they were neglected, and when they passed that critical phase, then even with intensive support, they couldn't develop their speech, their social skills. So there's a critical phase, critical period of development, and we have to address those issues during that time. And then preventing developmental delays, if we prevent those developmental delays, we can help the family, we can help the child, and we can help the state to enhancing developmental outcomes. Numerous studies have demonstrated the positive impact of early intervention in developmental outcomes across various domains, including cognitive, language, social, emotional, and adaptive functioning. I'll give you examples from my own cases. Like, for example, people say that IQ is fixed, and you are born with an IQ. But we have seen it in our centers, in our clinics, that children come with, especially sometimes they are functioning very low. And when we work with them and when we repeat the test after 2 years, 3 years, their scores quite go up. They improve their scores. So early intervention is really, really very important, and we can really help children improve their skills, their social skills, their adaptive skills, their cognitive skills. Supporting families, early intervention services not only benefit when parents come with a child with neurodevelopmental disorder, and when we are working with them, we invite the parents and they sit with us, they observe us, and we teach them, we upskill them how to deal with your child, with their challenging behaviors. Promoting inclusions. Early intervention can help facilitate the inclusion of children with neurodevelopmental problems in mainstream educational and community setting. This is again something we really encourage. All our children, they have the right to go to school. They have to be a part of the system. Some children, and some schools, they won't accept it because of lack of resources, but they need to really get educated. They need to be a part of that education system. And if we don't address those issues, they are at a high risk of mental health issues. They can also have social challenges. Neurodevelopmental problems can impair children's social skills, making it difficult for them to form and maintain peer relationship, understand social cues, and engage in reciprocal social interaction because they have limited understanding. The pragmatic skills are not there with them. So they find it difficult to make friends because they cannot take that cues from other children. Emotional regulations. Many children with neurodevelopmental problems struggle with emotional regulation, experiencing heightened emotional reactivity, difficulty managing frustration and anger, and challenges in understanding and expressing emotions. These difficulties can lead to emotional dysregulation, mood instability, and increased vulnerability to stress, further impacting psychological well-being. Self-esteem and self-concept. Again, these children, because they struggle to make friends, they cannot interact with other children, they cannot speak well. So, of course, their self-esteem and self-concept will be affected. They are very prone to bullying, especially within the families and within the school, because of their demeanor, because of their characteristic, because they can't speak well, they cannot make friends. So that is the reason. And they might have some dysmorphic features as well. And because of that, they are quite prone to be bullied. Family stress and functioning. Again, family goes through a lot of stress while dealing with children with neurodevelopmental delay because of their challenging behavior. Children with neurodevelopmental disorder, as I said, they are prone to mental health issues. And they can be quite anxious. And those anxious can be of specific phobias, generalized anxiety, separation anxiety, and anxiety symptoms in children with neurodevelopmental can manifest as excessive worrying, fearfulness, avoidance behavior, physical complaints such as stomach aches or headaches, and difficulty concentrating. Then they can be also prone to depression because of lack of friendship, isolation, social withdrawal. They could be quite prone to depression as well. Social withdrawal, as I said, they can't make friends. So, and especially children with autism, they already have difficulties to maintain friendship or to initiate friendship. So they can be isolated. And that's why we suggest to the school that they should really help children to make friends with those children with difficulties. Behavioral problems with ADHD, especially when children are impulsive, hyper, they might have behavioral problems, they might be very, very impulsive. Emotional dysregulation, we always teach children how to understand emotions. And here, they can be impulsive, they can be aggressive, and because of their limited cognitive abilities, they will have difficulties with their academic skills. They will also have social and interpersonal difficulties, as I mentioned, and emotional and mental health problems they will face. Then they will also have difficulties with employment and financial implications, legal and criminal justice involvement because of their impulsive behavior, hyperactive behavior. They might do things which may not be right. Family and relationship strain, we have seen many families, they are either at the verge of divorce or they might have a lot of stress going through. So they need a lot of support. What we normally use is, we use applied behavior analysis. As a psychologist, we might use speech and language therapy, occupational therapy for their motor skills, for their functional skills, for their adaptive skills, and parent-mediated therapies, where we invite parents, they come and we discuss with them how to deal with them. Social skills training, again, we do group sessions, we do role modeling, so that children can observe us, and we teach them those social skills. And then, as I mentioned, that we use psychological intervention, speech therapy, occupational therapy, but there is no one-size-fits approaches for all children. All children are different, they are unique. What we do is that we do a proper assessment for them based on their strength and needs. We develop a model for them. We develop a therapeutic model and intervention. And based on that, then we approach their difficulties. As I mentioned, we really approach families, we work with them, and there is a plan, it is called Individual Family Support Plan, we develop for them, and also we help the school to develop individual educational plan for children. This is what I mentioned about the parents and educators, healthcare professionals. So all these parents, educators, health professionals, we are all involved to devise a plan for these children. And we all understand that there is limitation in access of services for different reasons. Sometimes it is because the services are not available within the areas, sometimes it is because of the culture, sometimes because of lack of awareness, and there could be many other reasons for that. Stigma and misconception, going to a psychologist or psychiatrist is a taboo here. We are still struggling with that, lack of awareness and education. People might prefer to go to some alim or a peer instead of going to a psychologist and psychiatrist. And there are fragmented services, like within the services, for example, you might have a psychologist in one center and speech might be somewhere else. So we need to have a unified services for these children. And cultural and linguistic barriers, like for example, I cannot speak Arabic, so it becomes a problem for me and for the families. And That's all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. And let me hand you over the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Now I can declare the lunch break until 2 p.m. Please be here 2 p.m. sharp.
Test.
خليه بعيد شوي.
خليه بعيد بس
عشان
معلش.
التصوير. Hello. Hi. I think it's clear, right? بس شوية بيبعد. Hello. Perfect, صح؟ Hello. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. 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 Yes. Hello. But I don't need to look this side, right? It can. Hello. I think now it's fine. But, Hi. Hi. Good afternoon. أعتقد زبط. Hello. Good afternoon. Testing.
اوكي فيكي بس تعلي صوتك.
Hello. Good afternoon. I think it's clear now.
فيكي تعلي شوي هو.
Okay. I think now it's closer. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. صح ممتاز. أقفله دلوقتي يعني؟
ايوه بس يمكن هلا هي ميوت. اوكي انت بدك تفتحيها من هون. افتحي في له كبستين مع بعض.
It's insane.
will be on the screen that everyone sees.
Yes.
And where are the readers now? The readers.
If
The notes would show up there. The notes would come up here.
here, right.
But can you make this part bigger?
Part bigger, okay.
Yeah.
You will time us 3?
Yeah.
Okay. When the IT guys, I will tell him. Okay.
So we do it before.
Yes.
Great.
I will tell the IT.
Because I need to read
Yes.
my time.
You need to.
I need to be able to read.
Yes, from the notes here.
Yeah.
Yeah, notes.
And a
Okay.
little bit bigger.
Okay.
I can't read
Yes.
that. That's too
Yes.
big.
Okay.
So what I want is the notes will be one side.
It will be. I think it will be full screen.
It will be
It
full, like this thing will be full screen, and this will be here.
will want.
And then how do we click to the next?
There's a clicker here, and you can change from here.
From there.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. في بلد لا حمل ما يمتلئ كتب راحت تنادي الكتاب هلا بتجي مالها ليه؟ الصراحة ما بحب إذن حتى شوي بيعمل بس he did a test before
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Okay, let's continue with the part 2 of our Preventive Medicine Summit. And I would like to introduce Mrs. Sahar Abdelaziz, Clinical Operations Manager, First Genomics Laboratory, Dubai. Is it working now? Okay, I will repeat that. Let's continue with the part 2 of our Preventive Medicine Summit. And with a great pleasure, I would like to introduce Mrs. Sahar Abdelaziz, Clinical Operations Manager, First Genomics Laboratory, Dubai.
Thank you. Can you mute? Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And today I will be talking about the prevention technologies or the prevention testing for genetic disorders, inherited genetic disorders. And actually, I would like to start by asking you, what do you think? Can we prevent inherited genetic diseases? Can we prevent them? Are we able to prevent them? Some of you might think, yes, we can. Some might say, no, we are not able to do this currently. So I will leave this debate till the end of the session, and let's see what you think at the end. So technically, we're talking about the prevention. So we have two approaches. It's either through the prenatal genetic testing. Here, we're talking about spontaneous pregnancies. We're talking about spontaneous pregnancy. So fetus is there already, pregnancy is ongoing. So we can test during the pregnancy. And we have the pre-implantation. This is IVF. So IVF, it's the assisted reproductive techniques. It's not natural pregnancy, so it's done through the lab. And basically, the second approach, the pre-implantation genetic testing, is safer than the first one since it happens before the transfer or before we have a fetus, a viable fetus. So let's start with the prenatal genetic testing. So we have two different approaches also for genetic testing prenatally. So we have the non-invasive and the invasive. So non-invasive, we're talking about just taking blood sample from the pregnant mother around week 10 of pregnancy. And from her blood, we can isolate fetal DNA. It's also called cell-free DNA. And we could analyze the chromosomal abnormalities. It's mostly indicated for chromosomal abnormalities. While the other approach, which is invasive, it will include taking either CVS, chronic villi sampling from the placenta, or amniocentesis, which is amniotic fluid from around the baby. So these are the two approaches for prenatal genetic testing. So the NIPT, non-invasive prenatal testing, it's actually a routine test now as per the recommendation of ACMG and ACOG. So they recommend the test as a routine test for any woman, any pregnant woman, regardless of the age, the history. So it's becoming routine now. Even patients are aware of the test and they request it frequently. The NIPT is mainly indicated for chromosomal abnormalities. So we're talking about Down syndrome, like trisomy, chromosome 21 trisomy. So we can test or use the NIPT for screening of the high risk. So here we say screening, not to confirm the presence of trisomy 21 or any other chromosomal abnormality.
It's just a screening test. It's a highly accurate screening test that can give you insights on the next step. In some places, you can use the NIPT for single gene disorder or monogenic disorder, like thalassemia, for example. But the problem here that the developed panel so far is very limited. So we're talking about CFTR, thalassemia, TISAC, SMA. So it's not actually providing tests for any family diagnosed or having a child with a genetic disability. The other thing, we have limited validation for chromosomal, we call it chromosomal abnormality, but it's lower than the detection of the normal NGS. So the whole chromosome, when it's missing or duplicated, it's known as aneuploidy. But when we have just part of the chromosome, we call it segmental or microdeletion, microduplication. It's not highly accurate. We have high false positive, false negative, because again, lack of validation data for this. The second thing, the amniocentesis and CVS, the invasive approach, usually it's done after indication. So the indication, it's either positive screening NIPT, positive serum test, abnormal ultrasound, or maybe just family history. Because through the invasive test, the CVS and amniocentesis, we can test chromosome abnormality, we can test any known genetic mutation and a microdeletion, microduplication. Microdeletion is like D-George, if you are familiar with this condition, D-George syndrome. So these are the two difference, the main difference between the two tests. And now we move to the pre-implantation genetic testing. This is part of the IVF journey. So basically we have, it's called pre-GT, which is pre-implantation genetic testing. We have A for aneuploidy, chromosomal abnormalities, gain or loss in the number of the chromosome. We have SR for structure rearrangement. It's similar to the A, the aneuploidy, but we focus more on smaller deletion and duplication that might result from abnormal karyotype, like translocation or inversion in one of the parents. And lastly, the PGTM, M for monogenic diseases, such as thalassemia, cystic fibrosis. But again, if you notice, I mentioned known monogenic disorder. So briefly, I will explain the process of the IVF, just briefly. So the IVF is not natural pregnancy. The couple will go to the IVF center. The woman will be undergoing a stimulation for around 12 to 14 days. And once her follicles are ready for collection, they will have the egg retrieval. And on the same day, they will be fertilized from the partner semen. And then the embryos will be cultured for around 5 days. Sometimes 3 days in some countries or places, but ideally for 5 days. On the 5th day, the embryo itself will be called blastocyst. And from the blastocyst, we can collect around 5 to 10 cells from the outer membrane, which is called terophyctoderm. So in the future, the terophyctoderm will be the placenta carrying the baby. When the IVF center will collect the biopsy, 5 to 10 cells, they will send it to the genetic lab. The embryo itself, it will be frozen intact for later management. From the sample we receive from the biopsy, we can do either the chromosomal analysis. If you can see that graph, it represents abnormality in the chromosome. So usually the chromosome should be 2 copies of each, and then either XX for female and XY for male. So we can know the chromosomal abnormality, and or we can do another test for monogenic disorder for the known disease in that family. So we can have actually families coming for the PGT, and most of them actually they come for the PGT and the PGTM, trying to exclude chromosomal abnormalities or chromosomal aneuploidies, plus if they have known genetic condition in the family. So now, what do you feel? You feel like you have the PGTA and the PGTM combined. If we offer them to a couple, it's the perfect plan, right? We can tell the patient that, okay, by doing these two tests, you will be safe. Your baby will be safe, right? Just here, side by side, I have two different stories. So we have family A. They are consanguineous couple, like inter-family marriage. They have done the premarital screening, which is mandatory in some countries, including the UAE. So the test indicated that are both of them carriers of sickle cell anemia. If you are aware of or familiar with this genetic disease, it's a blood disorder. So affected individual or affected children, usually they require blood transfusion frequently. So they knew, they had counseling before the marriage, they understand the risk, 25% each pregnancy, the child might be affecting and suffering from sickle cell anemia. They took the right decision and decided to stop the natural pregnancy and go for the IVF. They did IVF multiple times. They have 3 healthy, unaffected with sickle cell children. Okay? Story B, consanguineous couple, again, inter-family marriage. Their first child passed away due to a genetic condition, severe genetic condition, known as Crisponi syndrome. It's a recessive condition, so the parents are carriers, and again, in each pregnancy, there is a 25% chance. They consulted their physician. He told them that you need to go for IVF to exclude or to have a healthy child. They did that, and actually, they approached the IVF. They transferred unaffected embryo with Crisponi syndrome, but unfortunately, the second baby they conceived had another genetic disorder. It's a metabolic disorder called maple syrup urine disease. And actually, it's severe also. It's another severe recessive. So the couple, they were carriers of 2 genetic. Till now, like maybe if they have a third child, we don't know, maybe another disease will appear. And usually we see this in inter-family marriages. So what do you think the difference between the 2 stories? Is it just the luck? Like family A was very lucky that they had only 1 genetic disease that is part of the mandatory screening? And what about family B? The test, even if it's mandatory in their country and they had the premarital screening, it will not show that they are carriers of Crisponi syndrome or the maple syrup urine disease. So actually here, I want to highlight to the patients and to the physicians that the premarital screening is not enough. The premarital screening actually is only targeting sickle cell anemia and beta thalassemia. They are both of them blood disorders. And if the patient receives confirmation from the physician or the counselor before the marriage that they are good to go for marriage, they need to know it's only 2 diseases out of thousands. Okay. So here we need something or a test called the carrier screening. So carrier screening comes from the recessive silent disorders. You have 2 types of recessive disorders. You have the autosome, which is the same for male and female. It's carried an autosome from 1 to 22 autosome chromosome. And we have the X-linked recessive, where the mother, a female, will be carrier silent, no symptoms mostly, but if she would pass on the variant to her male offspring, the baby would be affected. So in this test, the carrier screening, there are also different approaches. So we have the panel, and we have the whole exome sequencing. The whole exome sequencing usually target most of the autosomal recessive and X-linked conditions. The panel is different from country to another, and usually in the USA, the highest or the most comprehensive is up to 800 genes. For here, I have actually a small story as well for a European couple who had the carrier screening in their country, and it included only 15 genetic disorder, which is more common in their country. So based on that, they went ahead and they conceived. The baby was born and actually affected with a recessive genetic disorder resulting from a defect in the gene PMM2. It's a metabolic disorder, it's severe and fatal, and the baby died. So again, we have a solution, we have the carrier screening, but in this case, it didn't help the couple. So this study is done in Europe. It's more than 14,000 exomes. So they did the carrier screening through whole exome sequencing. So they included as many recessive disorder as possible, and they estimated the risk of couple. And here we're talking about mainly non-consanguineous, so they are not related by blood, because it was done in Europe. The risk was 7%. So 7% of the couples tested, 14,000 samples, so we're talking about 7,000 couples, they had risk to have an affected child. To compare this with our internal data, one of the leading IVF centers in the UAE, they started a project to include the screening by whole exome sequencing, the comprehensive carrier screening, which is up to 3,000 genes, in their IVF process. And this started roughly May last year. So from May last year to May 2024, we have done almost 1,000 couples, like 2,000 cases, but 1,000 couple. And the risk, as per the data so far, is 11.5%. So for more than 100 of the couples that we tested, they had risk. Without this test, they would have gone through the normal process of IVF, and we would have seen affected children. So now I want to go back to the question I started with. Do you think we can prevent inherited genetic diseases and chromosomal abnormality? Yes, we can, but we need to use the right test. We need to apply the right test. If a patient coming pregnant and coming with abnormality like, thick NT, like when they do the scan, yes, you can go for NIPT, but when the patient comes to you and say, I lost a child with a metabolic disorder, you cannot ask the patient to go and do NIPT. This is not the right test. NIPT is a great test, but not for this patient. That's why we'll move to the second message, that every case is different. We need to allocate decent time for each case to customize the plan and to understand what they really require. The last thing I would like to say, that this is our slogan for more than 10 years, that we are trying to change lives through science. And thank you.
I would like to thank you for the very informative presentation, and would like to present you this certificate of appreciation. Thank you. And with a great pleasure, I would like to again introduce Dr. Huda Al-Hanhani, consultant pediatric infectious disease, Sheikh Khalifa Medical City. She will present talk All Infants Protection Against RSV.
to elderly population above 65 years of age. In young infants, it can be a cause of hospitalization and even ICU admission, and in very poor countries or low-income countries, can be a cause of death related to respiratory infection. Okay. So disease can be from mild to severe presentation. A patient can present severely and acutely sick, especially those who are immunocompromised or very young infants and premature, or those who suffer from congenital heart disease and chronic lung disease, or it can be mild symptoms or asymptomatic where you don't really have a significant symptoms. However, we know that children who encounter RSV in their first season are at higher risk for wheeze and for difficulty of breathing and recurrent wheezy episodes later in life, and even with some connection with asthma that we don't know the mechanism yet. So it's difficult to predict who would go into severe presentation. Yes, we know that those with comorbidities might suffer more risk for disease. However, we do see also normal children who does not have an underlying disease with severe sequelae. So infants who are below 12 months of age, and especially those who are below 3 months of age, would suffer higher risk of disease. When we look at the disease burden in infancy, around 12.9 million episodes of RSV-related lower respiratory tract infection are considered to be due to RSV, and 2.2 million hospitalization, and around 60,000 deaths on annual basis, especially those who are living in low and middle income countries. And when you look at the burden of acute respiratory tract infection, RSV accounts for almost 60% or 2/3 of those respiratory infections in comparison with other infections such as influenza and parainfluenza. And when you look at the hospitalization rate, the hospitalization across the globe related to bronchiolitis is higher in RSV-identified infections, where RSV-related infection can be as high as 50 to 80%, depending on the season and depending on where you practice in comparison with other infections. RSV is of interest because it causes all of that burden across the globe. So US is not so different than Canada, not so different than Spain, not so different than Eastern countries when it comes to the burden of hospitalization related to RSV. This is the RSV-related hospitalization burden in US, and you can see here it goes into months of life. So the first 3 months of life would have higher rate of hospitalization, and this is according to the 2015 and 16 data that was published in Pediatrics. Again, RSV frequency with relation to community-acquired pneumonia accounts for almost 40% of hospitalization in comparison with other infections. And most of those who get hospitalized are actually full-term infants, not infants who are premature or those who have congenital heart disease. And with that, we see that young infants are who does not have an underlying disease may also suffer from a great burden of the disease. And that has been also observed across a lot of countries where admissions were mainly among healthy infants. One of the very important burden of RSV is also outpatient visits and emergency visits, which are sometimes overlooked because we don't tend to test those babies, and we usually tend to clinically diagnose those patients. However, it's a disease of a burden, especially in those who are below 2 years of age. So outpatient visits, you would expect 1 in 5 children who have RSV infection to visit you in the outpatient clinic, and almost 1 in 50 of those will be hospitalized, especially if they are young infants. So to summarize, almost more than 1.6 million of pediatric visits are related to RSV, and I assure you that this is an overlooked number. I'm sure that it's higher than this. Emergency visits is almost 400,000, and hospitalization is almost 40 to 50 or 60,000, and from those, death is quite also significant. So I think after all what I shared with you, all of us agree that RSV is not only the disease of premature individuals or those with chronic lung disease or congenital heart disease, because most of the hospitalizations and most of the burden happens to healthy individuals, and thus it's a disease that is of a cause for high burden in all infants, and therefore all infants need to be protected against RSV. With that came the nirsevimab, which we talked about previously in the new vaccine introductions. And nirsevimab is a monoclonal antibody. It's a recombinant natural human immunoglobulin that targets the pre-F protein of the RSV virus itself, which is the fusion protein, and which is the first step that causes the infection, and therefore it prevents the infection. Nirsevimab has been mutated in 3 amino acid sites, the YTE, which results in prolonged half-life, and therefore it can be given as a single injection, and it can have effectiveness up to 5 months from the time of intake. It's available in different preparations and different vials with different doses, so that different doses can be recommended for different weight and age group. Nirsevimab has been evaluated by multiple studies in terms of its effectiveness, immunogenicity, and in terms of its safety. And multiple studies from 2B trials to third phase trials to even phase 3 trials focusing on premature babies and babies with chronic lung disease and congenital heart disease to look into its effectiveness and its safety. And among those trials, to conclude, nirsevimab has been found to be effective in terms of reducing the RSV-related hospital admission and reducing even visits related to RSV LRTI by almost 70 to 79%. And I'm going to show you further data that shows effectiveness higher than 85%. With that evidence, RSV has been taken into consideration by a lot of global NETAG committees to recommend it into pediatric immunization. The AAP has published last summer its recommendation for nirsevimab use to be used for all infants regardless of their risk factor. And with that, ACIP has recommended as well the use of nirsevimab last August to be used for all infants who are below 8 months of age. So nirsevimab can be given as a single injection just before the start of the RSV season, because it should be able to cover the infant during the season. And for those who are below 8 months of age, 50 milligram has been recommended for children who are below 5 kg, and 100 milligram for those who are above 5 kg. And for those who are above 8 months of age and who are entering their second season, it's been recommended for children who have high risk for higher burden or for complications related to RSV, such as chronic lung disease patients, congenital heart disease, and patients who are at the moment under the recommendation for nirsevimab by the AAP guideline of 2014. Nirsevimab efficacy has been even further studied, which, as I said before, it has reduced LRTIs or lower respiratory tract infection related to RSV by 79%. Hospitalization has been prevented by 80%. And ICU admission, which is very important, has been reduced by 90%. And this is what we want to see when it comes to preventive strategies of infections. And of course, safety has been studied, and there was no major adverse effects when it comes to RSV, when it comes to nirsevimab use. So some of the countries has already recommended the nirsevimab to be part of their national immunization policy with even full reimbursement, such as Spain, US, France, and Luxembourg. And there are countries that are recommending the nirsevimab use with consideration of reimbursement is still under discussion. Looking into the real-world data, just to mention that nirsevimab is actually being registered in the UAE and also in Saudi Arabia, so it will be available once the product has been registered. However, with guidance on whom to be used for and who's eligible for it. Sorry. This is just to share with you more detail into the effectiveness of nirsevimab. This is a study that was done in multi-centers, parallel two-arm study, where nirsevimab was compared to no preventive strategy, and it was used for all infants who are above 29 weeks of gestation, received single IM dose of nirsevimab versus no intervention, and it was across multiple countries where effectiveness and safety has been studied in the first month after the nirsevimab use, and safety has been followed up for 1 year after the introduction of after the uptake of the nirsevimab. And with that study, the reduction of RSV-related LRTI hospitalization was 83% in the nirsevimab group. And when you look at the incidence of all-cause lower respiratory tract infection, it was reduced by 60%. When you look at severe RSV-related LRTI hospitalization, it was reduced by 75%. So one of the important things to look into when you introduce a new vaccine is the cost effectiveness and how important it is in the economic burden of the disease. We know that the RSV hospitalization carries a high burden because of the rate of hospitalization is high. And looking into France's study on the economic burden, RSV can be of a burden of can be blamed for a cost of around 124 million respectively. However, IDSA has published a cost effectiveness model on the utilization of RSV for all RSV vaccine or monoclonal for all infants, and that cost of around $1.2 billion that can be used for hospitalization can be cut by half, so almost 50% reduction of cost related to RSV infections in general. And with that, we're looking even to what we know so far, but it's still an underestimated cost since we're not testing RSV in all outpatient visits.
You have 5 minutes left.
I have 5 minutes. And it's not moving. Okay. My slide is not moving. Yeah, good. So in Galcia, that's in Spain, they introduced nirsevimab to look into the vaccine coverage and look into effectiveness. So they tried to do a catch-up. With that catch-up, 86% was the coverage, and they gave it to some of the infants at birth. So they were able to give around 92% of those who were burned during the RSV season. And they looked at the risk factors and they looked at the effectiveness of the intervention. And with the nirsevimab, there was a significant reduction of hospitalization of RSV-related LRTI, especially in babies who are below 2 months of age. Again, CDC has recommended and shared the cost, the post-recommendation implementation data, where nirsevimab was used after the recommendation last summer, and for those who were eligible to nirsevimab and they got the nirsevimab during that season. And they looked into the case patients as those who were positive for RSV and those, the control as those who were negative for RSV admissions. And nirsevimab group had lower risk of hospitalization with almost more than 18% in comparison with the case patients. So the effectiveness was around 90% in this data, which was the post recommendation by ACIP. With that, I conclude. So it's the future for RSV prevention, although there are lots of strategies to look into, such as the RSV vaccine for pregnant ladies and monoclonal, the new promising monoclonal for infancy. And we're looking forward for further preventive strategies when it comes to RSV and other infections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the presentation. With great pleasure, I would like to introduce Professor Halima Al-Sabah. She's professor at the Department of Public Health, College of Health Sciences, Abu Dhabi University. She will present comprehensive strategies for beta thalassemia prevention, exploring premarital, prenatal, and beyond.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you will enjoy the presentation. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference and especially for Dr. Ayman. So the thalassemia, I think that it is one of the rare diseases that we know about it, but I need the this one? Okay. And if we can show it. Not sure. Yeah, just 1 minute. But I couldn't see that yet. If you can show it here. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. But it is not shown on the screen. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for attending today's presentation. I hope that you will enjoy it. So it is about thalassemia. Thalassemia, as you know, that it is one of the genetic diseases that affects also the children, and it comes from both the mother and the father if they are the carrier for the problem. So the outline for the presentation, production, objective, methodology, and results and recommendation. So what we will start, what is thalassemia? Thalassemia, as you know, that it is an inherited blood disorders and caused when the body does not make enough globulin or the protein that it is essential for the red blood cells. And why we need it? The red blood cells also, they carry the oxygen to all parts of the body cells, and the and the oxygen, the oxygen itself, it's like the food also for these cells, and it can function very well. And if there is no enough oxygen, of course, we will have the anemia. And most of people with thalassemia, they are suffer from mild or severe anemia. And thalassemia, that we the other name for thalassemia is the anemia of the Mediterranean region، يعني إنه أو أنيميا البحر الأبيض المتوسط بنسميها. okay, in Arabic. So how it happens that when the mother and the father, they are carrier, then about 50% of their children will be carriers, 25% will be normal, and 25% they will have the thalassemia. That's why it is preventable. So we have to do the test before getting married. Okay. So beta thalassemia, what is beta thalassemia? It is a genetic defect, as we mentioned, in one of the allele of the beta globin genes. And if it affects two alleles, then it will become major, okay? Then it becomes beta thalassemia major. And this condition is very serious and severe, and it needs for regular blood transfusion to maintain the normal growth and development for these children. So the symptoms, what are the symptoms for beta thalassemia? Severe anemia, paleness, delay in the growth and development, bone marrow also expansion, and untreated beta thalassemia major, it can lead also to the child death due to the heart failure. So the treatment, it should be by blood transfusion, as we mentioned also, and some of the medication in order to target also the production of the red blood cells. So about 7% of the world's population are affected by hemoglobin disorders, and about 60,000 to 70,000 are born with beta thalassemia major every year. And also the total cost, because it is a burden for the family and burden also for the society, because it costs a lot of money because of the blood transfusion, and it needs regular blood transfusion. And it can lead also to absence for the family and also those who are affected. Therefore, prevention is a good public health practice, and it is cost effective also, and it is the right of every individual to know also, or to get the information in order to decide or to have the informed choice concerning what are the risks of thalassemia. So the ability to make informed choice, we need first to have a good health education and awareness, okay? And also to do the screening test, genetic counseling as well, and prenatal diagnosis before getting married, and also pre-marriage and even after marriage when the mother also is pregnant. So the premarital also screening test, because it becomes obligatory in many of the countries, including Palestine, including UAE, before getting married, it should be, they should be tested for the beta thalassemia if they are carriers. And if they are carriers, both of them, they are encouraged not to get married. But the problem that some of these people, they love each other and they like to be connected, and there are families also, relationships, and then they get married, maybe outside the court with sheikh, with somebody else. Then we will have also still new cases coming. Okay, so this is one of the articles that we publish with my medical students when I was working in Palestine, about the factors associated with continuing emergence of beta thalassemia major despite the prenatal testing. Despite that also there were some cases, but now they eradicate all the cases, no new cases, no incidents, because of the awareness programs that happens in Palestine. table, it shows the distribution of the cases by districts in Palestine. And it is shown that most of the cases, if you can look here, it's not working, sorry. If you can look at the, here, that most of the cases, they are in the poor areas of Palestine, like in Jenin, in Nablus, in Tulkarem. So these are considered as poor areas or poor cities than other areas. And the two main preventive policies that have been applied there are a pre-marriage test and also the prenatal test after the getting pregnancy. So the statement of the problem for this project also, about 4% of the Palestinian population are carriers of beta thalassemia, and 816 patients registered in 2009 as having beta thalassemia, and the average age of thalassemia patients was 15 years, because they reach for certain age, for specific age, and then they will die because of lack of healthcare facilities also, lack of care. But in some countries, they reach also the age of 60, like in Greece, for example. The economic burden, as we mentioned also, it is a burden for the family, and about $15,000 per year per patient it costs. So also the prenatal diagnosis and premarital testing has been used for several years, and the number of patients has been reduced, but still there was also some cases. As I mentioned, that some of these people also, they get married outside the court because of family relationship, or these people, they become more attached and they want to get married, although they are advised not to get married. So new cases should be prevented in order to reduce this burden. And also some of the studies also have been done in West Bank and Gaza also, and there were no also published data at that time in order to have about the new cases. Therefore, we tried to publish this data. So the study objective was the factors that affect, in order to investigate or identify what are the factors that affect the outcome of pregnancy, and to understand eventually why parents are still keeping beta thalassemia affected fetus, despite the fact that they are aware about the financial and psychological burden of the disease. So these are also specific objectives that I will hurry on. Methods, it was a cross-sectional study, okay, among this population also. A cross-sectional study was conducted in the West Bank, and it was among 32 mothers were interviewed by two medical students, one male and one female, who did the structured interview for these women. And the tool that they use, the questionnaire, structured questionnaire from 4 parts. These are the questionnaire, I will not go into details with that. And the ethical approval was also,
you have 5 minutes
it was
left.
approved. Yeah, okay. It was approved by the IRB from the University of Al-Najah University, and also get the data analysis and the results here.
that the distribution, as we mentioned, that it was focused more in the area where it is more poor or remote areas, like in Nablus, for example, here. It was more focused here and in Tulkarem as well. And those who are also more relatives or relatives, the parents are very close or have relative 75%. Other cases also in the family, they have about 40%, and it's not working well. Okay, these are the characteristics also about the economic status of the parents, the level of the mother education, the father education, the father work also, we take it into consideration, and the causes of marriage, even despite being both a career and for that trade also. And they, some of them, they get married before the law, because the law has been taken in 2000, and these are getting, they got married before that law. And some of them, they said that it is lab errors, and others, the interpretation of the results was, there was error also, or according to parents well, because the parents, they want to keep the fetus. And here also it shows that 3 cases, they kept, or 3 families, they kept their fetus, and even though they are tested positive and they have the thalassemia, but they decided not to have the abortion. So these are in some of the countries that they accept that and they do the abortion. And there was also a religious debate if to get abortion or not to get the abortion. And it was the religion debate also about it, that it is, if the gestation is about 120 days or 40 days. So the religion, in order to have abortion or not to have the abortion. So because of that, before 120 and before 100, before also between 120 and 140, or before 40 days. So it was a debate in religion and between religious scientists. So religious view also regarding the abortion, abortion is allowed if the fetus affected serious genetic disorders, and it is if it is before 120 days of gestation. Because of the Islamic also legal opinions in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Pakistan also, there was, as I mentioned, there was a debate if it is before 40 days or before 120 days. So the effect of the occupational status also of the mother, most or the 3 women that they kept the children with thalassemia, all of them, they were housewives. And they said that occupation also affect the decision and the education. So occupation and education can have an effect in the decision to keep the baby or to have the abortion. Also, the current health status of the affected children. Here also, we ask the families if they have financial burden or not. Yani those who kept the baby, most of them, they said that there is no financial burden because they thought that it is okay for them. And some of them, they don't have babies, and that's why they decided to keep the baby, because they don't have any baby. Okay. And the religious point of view, I know that the time is limited, okay? Okay, in conclusion, so the main reason that parents, or to prevent some parents from
Aborting an affected fetus is the absence of a definite religious view regarding the acceptability of the abortion, and the level of mother education also contributed to the family's decision, and also definite prevention of the new cases will still also a compromise by the religious opinion regarding the abortion, and some families also they decide to abort despite their religious belief. Recommendation for that also, okay, public
Time is up.
education awareness, I will finish. Public education awareness, especially for the mothers, career counseling, and also the screening for them, and also prenatal diagnosis, religion also we have to have a definite or fatwa regarding the abortion, and acknowledgement to my students, to the mothers who participated also in this study, and thank you. In time.
Thank you for the presentation, and we would like to award you this certificate of appreciation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. So now we are moving to another session, and this session is related to the pre-Congress meeting, the Global Nursing Network for Rare Disease Annual Meeting, second meeting. And now the moderator, I'm very glad to introduce the moderator for this session, Kyla Stevens. She's the meeting organizer for the Global Nursing Network for Rare Diseases, second meeting. And also she is the program manager for Rare Care Center in Perth, Australia. So Kyla, please.
Thank you, Eamon, and thank you very much for having me today. I'd just like to tell you that our three speakers for this session are all nursing leaders in rare and undiagnosed diseases, and have been brought together through the Global Nursing Network for Rare Diseases, which was established last year. It's a growing network. We're trying to bring together nurses across the globe to upskill them in rare and undiagnosed diseases. All nurses will care for someone with a rare disease in their career. So if you'd like some more information about the Global Nursing Network or to take a flyer, please come and see one of us at the end. So I'd like to first introduce Miss Emma Mickle. She's a metabolism nurse practitioner and advanced practice nurse in the Division of Genetics and Genomics at Boston Children's Hospital, based in Boston in the USA. She'll be presenting Nursing in Rare Disease Across the Healthcare System, the Boston Children's Hospital North America of Rare Disease, or NORD, Centre of Excellence Experience. Please make Emma welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm just going to grab this. It's a pleasure to be here as a part of the Global Nursing Network, as well as to be able to talk about my experience working as a nurse practitioner at Boston Children's Hospital. Can I use this to... I will use this instead. Oh, okay. Thank you. So I have no personal financial disclosures to report. And before we get started, I would like to frame my role in rare disease care. So I currently work as a nurse practitioner at Boston Children's Hospital in the Division of Genetics and Genomics, where I care for patients with inborn errors in metabolism, and I attend to both their acute care and chronic care needs. I'm also a doctoral student working on my doctorate of nursing practice, and my proposed dissertation is focused on improving emergency care encounters for my current patient population. And so while I have no disclosures, I will say that my perspective is skewed towards the patient population that I see, and I only touch on a small portion of rare disease care. And the perspectives that I'm going to present represent primarily my own opinions, not necessarily all the opinions of Boston Children's Hospital. And so, as I think many of us know, rare disease is individually rare, but collectively common. It's estimated that 25 to 30 million individuals in the United States have a rare disease, or that's about 1 in every 10 individuals. Half of these individuals with a rare disease are children. It can take over 3 years to receive an accurate diagnosis. Individuals with rare disease can face medical costs that are 3 to 5 times higher compared to individuals with non-rare diseases. Individuals with rare disease incur nearly half of all hospital costs in the United States. And 95% of rare diseases lack a US Food and Drug Administration approved treatment. And so where does nursing kind of fit into rare disease? A quick literature search on PubMed brings up thousands of potentially related articles, and most of these are really disease specific, so it can be really challenging to navigate through them, especially when there are over 7,000 rare diseases. And so literature also shows that many rare diseases are underdiagnosed, and this has been reported to have a deleterious effect both on physical and psychological consequences for patients and their families, especially when support is low from the institution and healthcare providers. And so in my literature review, I found one article. I found many, but this one really spoke to me as I was reviewing it. It was a scoping review by Lubes Aries in 2021 that sought to understand the emotional experience for both the diagnostic process of a rare disease, as well as perspectives on support systems. And so nurses really play an essential role in rare disease care. Their fundamental role can vary. They can be case managers, often links between healthcare professionals and other community agencies, and they are very good at basic problem solvers. Nurses are the deliverers of preventative care, health promotion. They're able to carry out really specific patient interventions. And with rare disease, given the often genetic origin of many of them, knowledge about genetics and genomics, as well as precision medicine, is absolutely essential as a competency for nursing care, research, and education. And as advanced practice providers, a nurse practitioner role can really facilitate restructuring of service, removing barriers to provide accessible and affordable care, coordinating communication between patients and their families, as well as all other healthcare providers on the team. And all of this can be done without jeopardizing the quality of care. And so we've talked a little bit about kind of individual nurses and their essential role in healthcare for rare disease, but larger organizations are also needed. And in the United States, a major one is the NORD, or National Organization for Rare Disease, that's also known as NORD. And so their mission is to improve the health and well-being for people with rare disease by driving advances in care, research, and policy. And they have 5 core values that they strive for. It includes compassion, that they're committed to understanding the perspectives and circumstances of those and striving to make a difference. integrity, where they are respectful, genuine, and accountable. They are passionate about innovation. They seek to be inclusive of all, and they aim to be collaborative. And so within NORD, recently, they've created the NORD Centers of Excellences, and it's a first of its kind network within the United States medical institutions that are dedicated to the diagnosis, treatment, and researching for all rare diseases, with a vision that all persons living with a rare disease, regardless of disease, socioeconomic status, or demographics, have access to timely diagnosis, quality, compassionate clinical care, research opportunities, and supportive resources. And so the program was officially launched in November of 2021 with the announcement of the first 31 designated rare disease centers of excellences. And currently there are 40 located in 26 states plus the District of Columbia, and they span the USA. And so where I am is right there in the very far upper right of the United States at Boston, Massachusetts. And so specifically, the NORD Center of Excellence at Boston Children's consists of a multidisciplinary experts that are focused on helping patients manage their rare genetic disorders. It offers access to resources and care and strives to connect patients with specialists and programs who can help them with their diagnosis or the management of these rare diseases. It's committed to high quality care and standardization, to bridging the gap across different specialties within the network and the hospital, and helping patients access quality care regardless of their location, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, and further closing the health equity gap. And the NORD Center of Excellence is led by Dr. Olaf Bodemer and his team. So the center has been active for a little under 3 years, and currently there's a steering committee that's been convened that consists of clinicians, researchers, and patients. Current activities include a newsletter, a speaker series that aims to provide a diverse background of presenters from around the globe. There's been a Rare Disease Day, which has been quite a hit with the patients. We have a directory of rare diseases within the hospital that can be a resource to all, as well as a directory of programs and services. And so the NORD Center of Excellence fits in within the Boston Children's Healthcare System, which is really focused on patient and family-centered care. Clinically, there are 11 locations for Boston Children's, which includes the main campus and 10 satellite locations around the metropolitan area of Boston. And this includes 40 plus different clinical departments, as well as 258 specialized clinical programs. 6 locations of the 11 see patients who are followed in the genetics and metabolism program at Boston Children's Hospital. And then there are numerous research efforts. A primary one is the Manton Center for Orphan Disease Research, as well as other individual disease research efforts by different physicians and other collaborators. So nursing is the bread and butter of many hospitals, including Boston Children's. And so the roles really span the entire care continuum, from acute to chronic care, emergency care, inpatient, outpatient. And nurses really exist beyond the bedside. They function in leadership, patient flow, operations, education, case management, safety, quality, informatics, and other research endeavors. As well as the role exists at kind of every degree of licensure. There are certified nursing assistants, there are registered nurses, there are nurse practitioners or NPs, there are PhDs, and everything else in between. And I've held a role in all 3 of these at some point in my career. And so specifically, to think about the role that I now hold as an advanced practice nurse, the nurse practitioners at Boston Children's provide care across the care continuum, from the inpatient to the outpatient units, emergency care, procedure units, and operations. Nurse practitioners are able to work both collaboratively on multidisciplinary teams as well as independently care for patients and their families. There's been some recent enhancements in the leadership structure for nurse practitioners to give us a greater voice within the hospital and institution. And this has included creating advanced practice nurse directors as well as leaders. And really the goal of this enhanced structure has been to improve retention, recruitment, engagement, and optimization by building systems that focus on everyone working to the scope of their practice, organizational modernization, and compensation standards. And really the goal of this is to align advanced practice care delivery models with the foundation structures throughout the hospital. And so how does a nurse practitioner fit within the division of genetics and genomics? Currently, there are 4 who work in my division, and we practice in clinical genetics, metabolism, clinical trials, and basic research. The day-to-day varies based off of your role, but sometimes we are in the outpatient clinic, we function on the inpatient consultation services, we perform many care coordination activities, from prescriptions to prior auths, letters of medical necessity, liaising with community providers, as well as performing many administrative tasks that are essential to clinical care continuing, including operations, processes, quality improvement, and safety.
5 minutes, Emma.
And so the day-to-day of my clinic specifically often includes an outpatient clinic. I can see up to 8 patients per day, and they're varying based off of their diagnosis, socioeconomic status, primary language spoken, as well as health literacy. I also rotate through our inpatient consultation service, which allows me to provide a greater continuity of care for my patients, sometimes diagnosing them when they're admitted or having seen them in the outpatient setting. I have a better understanding of their care needs when they are admitted. And so I think the most important thing is, what is the impact of having a nurse practitioner within the care team? We provide greater access. As many know, physician shortages, especially in rare disease, the nurse practitioner is well positioned with their scope of practice to continue to provide this care. And the perspective of which nurses are educated on of treating the whole person provides excellent ability to assess health equity and provides a really important perspective on clinical care. And so nursing fits within the NORD Center of Excellence. As the center really continues to grow its influence, nursing is going to remain a constant across all the divisions and departments, as well as every sphere of care. And nurses are truly vital clinicians to the care team, especially for patients and families living with a rare disease. So I'd like to thank everyone who allowed me to present today, including my clinical team members within the Division of Genetics and Genomics at Boston Children's Hospital, Olaf Bodemer and his team with the NORD Center of Excellence at Boston Children's Hospital, as well as leadership from the Global Nursing Network for inviting me to present today. I welcome any questions or comments people may have.
Thank you so much, Emma. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? No? I have a question, Emma. Don't run away too quickly. What would you say are some of the successes around working within the NORD Center of Excellence, having it within the hospital at Boston Children's? Has there been anything that you've seen has been a real success?
Yeah, so I think that in as many institutions probably have similar functions, we can be a quite siloed divisions, and the center, by being beyond individual divisions, allows us to be connected. I think nurses are already very good at finding camaraderie and connection in your colleagues across different departments, but really that the center has been able to create concrete resources of how to connect with those other providers outside of your own division and how to give your patients the best possible care when they have a rare disease.
Thank you very much. Is there another question?
Hi, I'm Dr. Lakshmi, doctorate in biochemistry and genetics from India. I'm a founder trustee of a foundation called MDCRC, Molecular Diagnostics Counseling Care and Research Center down south. So basically, the whole the way you had put across the Boston having the Center of Excellence for Rare Disease, we have taken up the responsibility for the state as such for one rare disorder, the Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and we have the complete care services. It's a very comprehensive thing. As you spoke about care, we have a complete team which takes care of the multidisciplinary clinical care for children with Duchenne through the foundation. And we have placed the foundation inside the hospital because we need the clinicians to come and see. Other things are all coordinated by masters in counseling and pulmonary function tests. All of it is done. All the specialty background work is done by the coordinators. But the thing is, we don't have any nurses at all. At least in India, the nurses' role for rare disorders, not much of interest. I think this is a very good example to take back home and tell how well the nursing community, when they come into rare diseases, it's going to be wonderful. Thank you, it was wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma. That was a really interesting presentation and interesting to learn about the way that Centres of Excellence work in different places. So next I'd like to introduce Sharon Meadows. Sharon is a neuromuscular nurse specialist in the Auckland District Health Board based in Auckland, New Zealand. And Sharon will be giving the presentation, Paediatric Nurse-Led Clinics and the Management of Neuromuscular Disorders in New Zealand. Thank you, Sharon.
Write the reader's notes. So I move it on, but write the reader's notes. I need the reader's notes.
Yeah.
How do I scroll this down?
Yes, you can.
And then how do I move the page along?
Left and right. This one. Okay.
So when I do this, it doesn't move down?
Yes.
No. How do I go back?
Yeah.
How do I go back?
By this one. Left and right, okay.
What, how do I look at this then?
You can, yeah. You did.
Yeah, but how do I do that separately?
Okay.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present to you today. As Carla said, I just wanted to give a bit background about myself. I work as a paediatric nurse specialist within the neurology department at Starship Hospital. I'm responsible for providing nurse specialist care to infants, children, and young people with neuromuscular conditions working in the Auckland region of the North Island of New Zealand. Here's my disclosure statement, and I have no disclosures to make. But I wanted to put New Zealand on the global map. So New Zealand is 14,000 kilometers away from Abu Dhabi. We sit in the South Pacific Ocean, and our nearest neighbour is Australia, who's 2,000 kilometres across the Tasman Sea. We've got a total landmass of 268,000 square kilometres, and we're divided into two islands, the North Island and the South Island, with our population is 5.1 million, with 1.6 living in the Auckland region. Starship is the only children's hospital in New Zealand, which is situated in the North Island, and that's where I work. So neuromuscular condition sits under the umbrella of rare disorders, and I just want to give you a few facts and figures regarding rare disorders. So there's over 8,000 clinically defined rare disorders, with 72% being genetic and 70% of those start in childhood. There's 300 million people in the world with a rare disorder, and that makes up 3.5 to 5.9% of the world's population. Rare disorders are estimated to make 6% of the New Zealand population, and that accounts to 300,000 people. In New Zealand, we are currently developing a rare disorder strategy to improve the lives of people living with this rare disorders. So moving on to the more specific field of my speciality, which is neuromuscular disorders. So neuromuscular disorders affects the functioning of muscles, causing progressive muscle weakness. It affects approximately 10 million people worldwide, which is the same prevalence of Parkinson's disease. And it's important to know that neuromuscular disorders are not curable, but symptoms are treatable. 4.5 cases of neuromuscular disorders are from genetic mutation. So pediatric neuromuscular disorders encompasses the spectrum of diseases where the primary abnormality or lesion is in the peripheral nervous system. This is defined as including the anterior horn cell, the peripheral nerve, the neuromuscular junction, and the muscle. In our nurse-led neuromuscular clinics, we see children that are affected with spinal muscular atrophy, peripheral neuropathies, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, congenital muscular dystrophies, late onset limb girdle, myasthenia gravis, and congenital myasthenia syndromes. A study in New Zealand was undertaken in 2015 to determine the prevalence of genetic muscle disorders with children and adults. Its results showed as age-standardized minimum point prevalence of all genetic muscle disorders was 22.3 per 100,000 in the population. Prevalence in Europeans was 24.4 per 100,000, which was twice that observed in New Zealand's three other main ethnical groups, being Maori, Pacifica, and Asian. There were considerable regional variations in prevalence, although there was no significant association with social deprivation. What I wanted to highlight from this research was one of the most prevalent conditions that we see in our neuromuscular nurse-led clinics is Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And this would correlate with the amount of boys we see in our clinics. So I wanted to go on and talk to you about neuromuscular dystrophy, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So Duchenne muscular dystrophy is one of the most severe muscular dystrophies we manage in our clinics. It affects predominantly males, 1 in every 3,500. Duchenne muscular dystrophy is caused by the mutation in the DMD gene, resulting in absent dystrophin protein. The absence of dystrophin protein results in progressive muscle weakness as muscle cells break down and are gradually lost. The effects of this disorder is devastating. It's a terminal disorder, and our focus in our clinic is symptom management and the improvement of quality of life. As you can see, it affects boys. They're usually diagnosed before the age of 5. They're confined to wheelchairs by the age of 12, and most don't survive their mid-20s. It affects their brain, their heart, their lungs, their muscles, and also their bones. DMD causes heart problems, including cardiomyopathy and conductive abnormalities. It's the leading, heart disease is second leading cause of death in DMD after respiratory disease. And as I mentioned, the deficiency of dystrophin will manifest itself as cardiomyopathy. And latent cardiomyopathy can often be detected at 6 years of age, and virtually all patients will have some degree of heart disease by the age of 18. So in our nurse-led clinics, we use the DMD standard of care guidelines. Our standard of care guidelines, which we use, are based on a majority of international consensus document, setting out best practice for care in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It was published in the Lancet Neurology Journal in 2018, and it was the product of an extensive review process of 84 international experts in DMD diagnosis and care. This document is a unique guide which guides us in our clinics. So the care considerations for cardiac management, it depends, when we see the children in clinic, it depends on what age and stage of the disease. We ensure that the child has been assessed and appropriately referred to the cardiology team in a timely fashion. We frequently undertake study sessions to the theatre team at Starship and inform them the risk associated with GA prior to any surgery. The heart should be monitored by a paediatric cardiologist, as problems can occur without symptoms. When we have a new diagnosis, children with DMD will be referred to a cardiologist and ensure that they continue to be monitored at every stage of the disease. Is it possible to get some water, Kylie? So the impact of scoliosis and respiratory function. So the impact of scoliosis and respiratory function, it limits vital capacity, causes asymmetrical inspiration, and decreases chest wall compliance. It decreases tidal volume to dead space ratio, increases the risk of CO2 retention, decreases cough effectiveness, and displaces the thoracic cavity and diaphragm. The care considerations for respiratory management in our clinics is by stage disease of the management, and we split this into different stages of the disease, being ambulatory, early and late, and non-ambulatory. And you can see which assessments are taken out at the different stages of the disease. We consider respiratory referral when there's loss of ambulation, the forced vital capacity is less than 60%, symptoms of sleep disorder, breathing, recurrent pneumonias, swallowing difficulties, weak cough, and difficulties clearing secretions. With this condition, there is also orthopedic complications, being long bone fractures. 21% of DMD patients experience fractures. The most common mechanism is falling. About half the fractures occur amongst patients who are ambulatory, and osteoporosis is present in most patients. Bone mineral density begins early and continues to diminish with age. So genetically targeted therapies for DMD. Since 2016, the US Food and Drug Administration approved 5 genetically targeted therapies for DMD. Each approval was based on studies to increase dystrophin levels in muscle biopsy, but not on functioning data. Additional research needs to determine long-term clinical outcomes. Clinical trials of novel therapies in DMD is frustratingly slow for families. The majority of compounding trials don't reach clinical trials and have costed the US healthcare system more than $3 billion. Families that we look after follow these trials closely, and for some, clinical trials prove a hope of early access to therapies. As in many rare conditions and diseases, we are seeing an increasing shift towards genetic and gene therapies, which is ultimately becoming very high-cost medication. Barriers to accessing high-cost medication is very real in many parts of the world, and we risk the risk of increasing disparities between countries worldwide. So steroid therapy is a supportive therapy which we provide to our patients. At the moment in New Zealand, we only provide steroid treatment to patients who have DMD. Prednisolone is funded, deflazacort is not. So we start prednisolone at 0.75 milligrams per kilo per day. The alternative is deflazacort at 0.9 milligrams per kilo per day. And there's evidence to say that you start these treatments at 4 to 6 years of age. We all check the immunization schedule. The families have education about immune and adrenal suppression and with a sick day management plan. And we have recently started nurse-led steroid clinics, which we're offering to all our DMD patients that are on steroids. The benefit of steroids, what is the evidence? Starting steroids, it slows the decline of muscle, slows the decline in muscle strength and function. The boys can walk longer, up to 2 to 5 years. It decreases need for spinal surgery, stabilization of lung function and delays for non-invasive ventilation. There's evidence that the decline in cardiac function is slowed and the stabilization of lung function is improved and the upper limb function is improved. Creatine is another supportive medication that we use for our children. The evidence is it increases muscle force by 10% in controls. It improves time to walk up to 10 meters and the boys can climb 4 stairs. Increases muscle strength and lean body mass. It is only effective whilst they're taking it, and to date there is no known side effects.
5 minutes, Sharon.
So we provide nurse-led multidisciplinary neuromuscular clinics, which is a regional-wide clinic for children from the age of 0 to 16 years age who live in the North Island of New Zealand. Our referrals mainly come from GPs, paediatricians, and some within our hospital from our specialists. The aims are that we are providing a comprehensive multidisciplinary care for children in the North Island. It's a one-stop shop approach which allows families to be evaluated by several specialists. It reduces the multiple appointments that these children have and their families with this burden of care. I coordinate care across various medical disciplinaries. We provide proactive and interventional treatments and collaborate collectively in developing care plans for complex patients. I just want to touch briefly on this slide as it gives you some insight into what I do at the nurse-led clinics, and it is looking at the coordination of care with the patient with a DMD and the family, and then this whole thing about coordination of care, which is huge and it takes up so much time. But I just try and make sure that the child is tapped into all the services in a timely fashion, and that's just a lot of communication with all the specialists before they come to the appointment. Providing cultural safe care in New Zealand is really important, and we talk about an Indigenous Maori population, which we care for our neuromuscular clinics. As you saw, we use a biomedical guidelines for our care considerations, which may not provide culturally appropriate care when looking after our Maori children and their families. At Starship, we provide a Maori healthcare team who work with Maori children and their families and hospital staff to improve the health outcomes for Maori children. They help with coordinating whānau, which is family accommodation, providing social and cultural and advocacy services. The team also work with clinicians and staff to help Maori children and their whānau, which is their family, during their hospital stay and after discharge, and also provide cultural assistance. In our nurse-led clinics, it's important that we talk about Maori health. And when we talk about Maori health, we look at the Maori health model, which incorporates 4 dimensions of Maori health well-being. Should one of those 4 dimensions be missing in some way or damaged, a person may become unbalanced and therefore unwell. When providing Maori healthcare, we need to be mindful of their tana tinua, which is their physical health, which looks at physical growth and development. For Maori, the physical dimension is just one aspect of health and well-being and cannot be separated from the aspect of mind, spirit, and family. The taha waiora, which is their spiritual health, this looks at health in its relation to the unseen and unspoken energies and relates to who and what we are, where we have come from, and where we are going. The taha whenua, which is their family health, and understanding that family provides us with a strength to who they are and links to their ancestries, ties, and past, the present and the future. Understanding the importance of family and how they can contribute to illness and assist in curing illnesses. And finally, the taha kinigaro, which is their mental health. The capacity to communicate, to think, to feel, mind and body are inseparable. So this comes to the end of my presentation. I want all of you who are student nurses out there to encourage you to join our Global Nursing Network. The purpose of the Global Nursing Network is to connect nurses across the world who care for rare disorder patients and their families. The network is connecting and creating a community of practice so that we can share knowledge to improve our practice for the families and children we look after. The network is available for free. All you have to do is download the QR code, or you can Google www.gnnrd.org and the web page will appear and you can register. The network is available for all nurses as well as students globally, so please share far and wide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And if anyone would like to ask Sharon some questions, she'll be around at the end of the session as well, so please feel free to do that. Next, I would like to present Ms. Astelin Sur. Astelin is the Supervising Nurse and Project Development Officer at the Institute of Human Genetics, the National Institutes of Health, the University of Philippines, Manila, in the Philippines. And Asta will be speaking to us today about nurses' role in newborn screening and the Integrated Rare Disease Program in the Philippines. Thank you very much, Asta.
I'm so short. Anyway, you can still see me. Anyway, so thank you so much for the organizers of this conference for inviting us. This is truly a great opportunity for us to share our experiences as nurses, engaging nurses taking care of patients with rare disease. So anyway, I'm going to talk about the role of nurses in the implementation of newborn screening and the Integrated Rare Disease Program in the Philippines. So this is our story, the nurse's story in engaging in the care of patients with rare disease. Okay, the outline of my talk is that I'm going to give a background of the National Comprehensive Newborn Screening System and the Rare Disease Management Program. I will also discuss the role of nurses in the context of the newborn screening and the Rare Disease Program, our challenges in taking care of the Rare Disease Program, rare disease patients, and our current activities and future direction. So my objective actually is to share the engagement of experiences of Filipino nurses in taking care of rare disease patients. So let me start with this. This is the historical milestone of newborn screening. So it started in 1996 as a research project. Well, it's not functioning. Anyway, it started in 1996. Sorry, I have to move this. Okay. So it started with 5 disorders, and then in 2000, we dropped the homocystinuria, and then we added G6PD deficiency. This is the most common disorder in the Philippines. And then in 2004, the law on newborn screening was enacted, and the law actually served as a basis in including newborn screening in the insurance coverage. So it was in 90% of the insurance coverage for the 5 tests was implemented. And then in 2011, the Philippine Health Insurance Company also covered 100% for the 6 tests. And then in 2014, the expanded newborn screening was implemented as an option for parents. And then in 2019, 100% insurance coverage of the expanded newborn screening. So we started with 5 tests and then added G6PD, and then we added in 2011 MSUD, and then we introduced expanded newborn screening to 28 conditions. So right now we have 28 conditions. Okay, so just to show you the functional chart, because this will be my basis in discussing the different roles of nurses. So the Department of Health is the lead agency. So there we have the newborn screening facilities. So, and then we have the newborn screening centers, and then we have the newborn screening continuity clinic. So I will discuss the role of nurses for each level. Okay, so, okay. So right now, there are 7,969 newborn screening facilities in the country. So what are these NSF? Now, these are hospitals, rural health clinics, flying-in clinics, offering newborn screening. So they're the ones collecting samples. And then they send this to the newborn screening centers. So right now we have 7 newborn screening centers in the country. So the newborn screening center offers the laboratory test and the short-term follow-up. So we also have 17 DOH regional offices, so located in the different parts of the country. So all of these units are manned by doctors and nurses. Okay, so these are actually the list of panel of disorders included in the newborn screening. 27 of the 29 disorders are included in the list of rare disease. So let us now discuss the nurses' involvement in the implementation of newborn screening. So the country is divided into 17 regions, and each regional offices have their own newborn screening team. Each newborn screening team is headed by a public health physician and run by nurses. Okay, so what do? They conduct newborn screening orientation among local health government units. So these are the municipalities, the provinces, and health facilities for the integration of the newborn screening in their local healthcare delivery system. They conduct skills training on newborn screening and sample collection. They monitor and evaluate newborn screening facilities. They assist in the recall of patients for confirmatory testing, long-term care, and patient navigation. They assist in the distribution of medical food and orphan products. They conduct parents' forum for families with diagnosed children, lobbies for budget allocation for the implementation of newborn screening in the region. So they lobby budget for patient support, trainings, multidisciplinary clinics, and many others. So they also assist the newborn screening continuity clinic in all its activities, such as the conduct of a regular multidisciplinary clinic. Okay, so at the newborn screening facilities, so these are community-based or community setting. So the nurses educate patients regarding the importance of screening, of course. They collect samples, they handle and send samples to the laboratory, and they recall patients for confirmatory testing. At the newborn screening center, so this is the testing center, and it is also composed of a short-term follow-up, composed of a pediatrician, and 4 to 5 members are nurses. So they recall and facilitate the confirmatory testing. They refer patients to specialists for further evaluation and final diagnosis. and they endorsed confirmed patients to the newborn screening community clinic for long-term care. So these are just some of the pictures of nurses in action. We have here a nurse collecting sample. The one in the phone is recalling patients. And then the third picture here is actually, this is a nurse and at the same time a genetic counselor doing genetic counseling. So the last picture here are nurses sending samples. They are coordinating with Armed Forces of the Philippines to send urgent samples to geographically isolated areas. Okay, so this is the Newborn Screening Treatment Network. So from the short-term follow-up, which is led by the Newborn Screening Center, as soon as they diagnose the patient, they right away refer the patient to the Newborn Screening Continuity Clinics for the continuity care. So at the Newborn Screening and Satellite Clinic, so the Newborn Screening Continuity Clinic is located in the different parts of the country. No? So they are established in regional tertiary referral hospital in the various parts of the country, and it is manned by a pediatrician and a nurse. So to make the services geographically accessible to patients, the Newborn Screening Continuity Clinic, together with the DOH regional offices, sets up satellite clinics under the supervision of the newborn screening team. Okay, so these are some of the activities of our newborn screening continuity clinic nurses. They have multidisciplinary clinics, they have reunion of saved babies, they have face-to-face consultations, home visits, and teleconsultations. Okay, so in 2020, the CHGS was organized or was designated to assist the newborn screening continuity clinics in the management of patients, especially the inborn errors of metabolism. Take note that earlier I mentioned that the newborn screening continuity clinic is manned by pediatrician, but not by specialists. So hence, this unit was established to assist. No? So this unit is actually composed of geneticists, genetic counselors, genetic nurses, metabolic dietitians, social worker, pharmacists, and administrative support. So what do? So they manage cases, they provide acute and long-term assistance to newborn screening treatment network. They facilitate staff development activities, and they manage data such as patient registry and database. Okay, so they also nurses participate in research and development activities. So they also do networking and advocacy work with both government and non-government agencies, provide guidance to patient and family support groups, provide local access of orphan drugs and products to patients. So actually, nurses also do the procurement, facilitate importation, distribution, inventory, and storage management of our orphan products. So to show you in this map, actually we have 7969 newborn screening facilities. We have 7 newborn screening centers. We have 17 newborn NBS team at the DOH regional offices, 33 newborn screening continuity clinics, 20 satellite clinics, 3 Center for Human Genetic Services, which are manned actually by nurses. So come to think about it, this is a great job for all of us because most of these nurses, they are taking care of these patients, but they do not know that these are rare disease patients. So, and they do not have some substantial information on how to manage these patients. Okay, so right now, the prevalence of the disorders included in the newborn screening are shown in this slide. So, there are 262,522 patients being diagnosed through the newborn screening. Okay, so because of the prevalence of the rare disease, including the newborn screening, the rare disease law was passed in 2016. So this is RA 10747. So the rare disease law was established the rare disease law was actually established to improve the access of diagnosed rare disease patients and highly suspected rare disease patients to comprehensive medical care, including drugs and other healthcare products to treat otherwise, as well as timely health information to help them cope with their condition. So RA 10747 also defined that any disease prevalence of 1:20,000 is considered rare.
5 minutes, Asta.
Okay, so these are the list of newborn screening. These are the list of rare disease disorders in the Philippines. It started with 63 under RA 10747, but we expanded the other year, including other subspecialties. So right now we have 159 rare diseases. Okay, so what is the strategic framework of the Integrated Rare Disease Program? So the vision is the optimum health outcomes for Filipinos with rare disease. So our guiding principles is that we want to have rare disease patients should have timely access, comprehensive, integrative, and sustainable care, evidence-based and responsive and inclusive communication. So objective number 1, wanted to integrate comprehensive care for persons with rare disease within the public healthcare delivery system, provide persons with rare disease access to entitlements and benefits, create health promotion, public information, and education campaigns on rare disease, provide evidence for policy and program planning through research and development, and increase availability and access to orphan drugs and products, and persons with rare disease will have financial assistance. So, these are the nurses' engagement in the rare disease patients. So all newborn screening continuity clinics are mandated to be the referral center for rare disease patients. So at the clinical genetics and the research unit of the Institute of Human Genetics and the Philippine General Hospital, nurses does, of course, patient management. So we have multidisciplinary clinic, enzyme replacement therapy of patients with lysosomal storage disease. So they're doing administrative and clinical roles, data management of rare disease registry, patient navigation. So they're also involved in clinical research and development, clinical trials, and then program support. So actually nurses at the Clinic Institute of Human Genetics serves as the secretariat of the Department of Health National Technical Working Group of the Rare Disease Program. And of course, we do networking and advocacy. Okay, so what are our current activities? So of course, we have continuous care for our patient, capacity building, upskilling nurses in managing patients with rare disease. So we have seminar workshops, we have webinars, ISG workshops on genetic nursing, cluster audits, learning hours, mentoring, participation in local international conference in genetics. So we are also involved in development of information, education, communication materials for patients and rare disease medical team. We have regular case audit, mentoring and evaluation, partnership with Youth Network. 16 years ago, we organized a youth network for rare disease, and actually this is also the source of our nurses. So we also network with the Philippine Society of Orphan Disorders, with local national governments, Center for Health and Development, and other support organizations. What are our challenges? Sorry. So there's no local nursing guidelines for the existing rare disease. Psychosocial economic status and cultural diversity. The Philippines have 176 ethno-linguistic groups, so we have a big problem or language barrier affecting the community care of our rare disease patients. So nursing leaders need to increase their understanding about rare diseases, hence no policy in support to nurses currently handling rare disease patients. So we need extensive information regarding the management of rare disease are not included in the nursing curriculum. So what we want to do in the future? First, we want to maximize the opportunity of the Global Nursing Network for Rare Disease as a platform to capacitate nurses for rare disease through continuing education programs, development of educational information and communication materials, nursing guidelines. We want to organize Philippine nurses for rare disease. We want to network and collaborate with nursing professional societies for the inclusion of rare disease in the nursing curriculum, or the list is in their continuing education programs and conferences. So what is my take-home message? So based on our experience, genetics programs such as the newborn screening and the rare disease program is a good venue to engage nurses in taking care of patients with rare diseases. Nurses are vital members of the multidisciplinary care team for rare disease. The increasing number of rare disease patients requires nurses to be equipped with necessary competencies to respond to the holistic needs of our patients. The need to educate, capacitate, organize, advocate, and mobilize nurses for rare disease and undiagnosed patients should not done later, but now. So let us act collectively, because I believe nurses truly care for rare. So let me end with this slide. Maraming salamat, or thank you for listening. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Long live all nurses globally who care for rare.
Thank you so much, Asta. That was really interesting. I'll give you that. And I think probably many of us are very jealous around how coordinated the Philippines newborn screening program is. That's incredible. Next is coffee break. That's the end of the session. So we'll break now for coffee until 4:30. And the next session that will be in this room will be autism and rare diseases. So make sure you come back and listen to that session. Thank you all for listening and your participation. And please see any of the speakers for some more information about their presentations or about the Global Nursing Network for Rare Diseases. Thank you.
Test.
can move it like this. At the back. I'm seeing your browser. Maybe because your browser is open. Yeesh, how do I get it closed? I need Mr. IT, otherwise, because it's on. The browser is opened. I think I must have touched something. I must have touched one of your browsies. All right. I need to see it on extended.
Yes, this is. Please.
We need magic fingers. What's his name? Salah. Salah. سيد صلاح لو سمحت ممكن تجي.
نعم يشغل البريزنت. كيف نشغل البريزنت؟
We need to extend it. How you make it extended? You have the magic fingers.
Yeah, this sure to do.
هاي شغالة. أنا سكرت عندي.
PowerPoint slideshows. Is that one? But it's only PowerPoint. I need my notes. Otherwise, I talk too much.
Yeah.
But you're going to sleep tonight, huh?
Yeah, inshallah. Interviewer. This one, right?
Yeah, that's me. I'm better looking in life. Inshallah.
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 Active monitor. You want monitor one. This one.
Maybe, yeah.
Screen size stretchable and mid-size.
Alright, so let me just flick through and see my notes. Now, when it's time to play the music.
Okay.
Alright, so let's see. I will go from. So you want me to do right here?
Yeah, or by this one next.
Okay, so I just want. I don't mind to do it like this.
Okay.
I'm tall enough. Yeah. I don't like that they put me behind the thing, but it's okay. Who are you? Where are you from? I make them do work. So that's what is behind me. Okay. Okay, so here I have a little music to play.
Okay.
How do I play the music?
Something.
You need to do something. Because there's also a video of my son.
The sound here, you put it?
It's embedded inside, but the problem might be, yes, it's in there. Maybe we need to link it again.
I think
We have to link it again, huh?
I would turn off the music, the background
Yes.
music, and
See.
Kiweneni Jose, Tirivatas, Kungoti yangu sitandiro, Piripamende, Rangu sitarino vanakisa, Uririva, Neanolta urawacho hinga, Panet pake, Rangu sitarino vanakisa, Uririva, Neanolta urawacho hinga, Panet pake.
Something to eat? Mia, Mia.
This one, this one. One, only one. This one. If we click one.
Good afternoon. Again, we are back after the break for very interesting and very important topic that we are discussing for the first time in such a meeting, which is this session will be about autism and rare diseases. And of course, because we are discussing a unique topic, we need a unique chairperson for that session. So it's really my honor and pleasure to introduce Ambreen Sohaib. She is advocate for autism awareness and acceptance. She is writer, and she's also a mother of twin boys with autism. And she will be moderating this session. Ambreen, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening or good afternoon. Good afternoon, I guess. Good afternoon, everybody. I am really humbled. I'm honored that I am chairing this session because personally, it's very close to my heart. As you can see, I have twin boys with autism, and I speak and I write for autism inclusion and acceptance. So a little bit background, obviously we know that it's the first time we are talking about autism and rare diseases in the MENA Congress, and I'm really humbled and thankful. Especially I'd like to thank Dr. Ayman for including this really important topic. As we all know that autism is the word that we are hearing everywhere these days. It's spreading. It's a condition that affects a child's and individual's ability to communicate. It affects their ability to communicate, socialize, and it comes with a lot of behavioral challenges. So when we talk about autism and rare diseases, it's something very new as well, because rare diseases are already very rare. Individually they're rare, but when we collectively talk about them, they're pretty much there. So with autism and rare diseases, one thing I'd like to say is that for 9 years I did not know that my twins have Kabuki syndrome as well. Only after getting them genetically tested, I got to know that they have this rare disease. It's called Kabuki syndrome. So usually it could be two ways. First time you'll get the autism diagnosis, and sometimes you'll get the rare disease diagnosis first, and then it will lead you to the autism diagnosis. We have an amazing panel of speakers who are going to tell us about different rare diseases and how they correlate with autism. Our first speaker is somebody who we respect in the autism community. Everybody loves her. So I'm really ecstatic as a mother to listen to her and her experiences. Her name is Dr. Shola. She is Consultant Developmental Pediatrician, Mediclinic City Hospital, Associate Professor, Professor Mohammed bin Rashid, University of Medicine and Health Sciences, Dubai, UAE. Welcome, Doctor.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and a big thank you to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. I find it a very fascinating area of the interrelationship between gene abnormalities and neurodevelopmental disorders. Now, just a quick disclaimer, I'm not particularly focusing on autism, but I'm looking at all neurodevelopmental disorders, more so looking at the genetic interplay with them and the importance of doing genetic testing. So the main learning objectives for this talk is to have an understanding. We'll quickly look at the neurodevelopmental disorders and talk about the prevalence because they're obviously important. Now, I quickly had a look at what the definition of what a rare disease is supposed to be. And some of the literature was saying it's rare if it's only affecting about 50 in 100,000 people and so forth. So in a way, neurodevelopmental disorders are more common than that. So we will look at the epidemiology, we'll touch a bit on the science, and we'll talk a bit about genetics. So please bear with me. There's going to be some technical terms, but I'll try and explain it the way I understand it, so you can have some take home and understand why it's important to do this genetic testing. And the important thing, though, the interplay or where they cross over is in the molecular pathways. So for developmental pediatricians, we look at the phenotype, we look at what the disease looks like, we look at the symptoms, and that's what we manage. Geneticists look at the molecular disease, what the problem is. But really, you'll find that there is, both of them come together in a particular pathway to then show us the problems that we see in children or even in adults. And then we'll talk about the benefit of genetic testing as well. So what are neurodevelopmental disorders? Basically, they're a group of disorders that affect the way the brain develops, right? So this happens in utero sometimes, and sometimes we don't see the manifestation until the child is much older. And it's characterized by impairment in the main areas of development, in the cognition, communication, behavior, and in the motor, gross motor, fine motor. And in some instances, we also include sensory issues as well. And one thing that characterizes neurodevelopmental disorders is that there's a really wide genetic and clinical variability, meaning that two children might have the same clinical diagnosis of autism, but their manifestation and their progress can be absolutely different. In the same way, two children can have the same molecular diagnosis, but their phenotype and the way they behave and respond to therapy can be quite different. So this is quickly looking at the prevalence of neurodevelopmental disorders, and I'm a pediatrician, it's a developmental issue, so this is mainly in children. And you'll see it could be like intellectual disability that affects about 1.4%, to autism, which is now 1 in 36, which is about 2.9% of the population, to specific learning disorders as well, which is about 6.4%. But that might be an underestimation because sometimes that's not diagnosed or tested for. Then we come to the motor disorders that can be like habits, thumb sucking, hair twirling, which is really common in children and we don't do anything about it, down to the more complex motor stereotypies that we see on its own or part of an established diagnosis like autism. And this can affect about 3 to 4% of preschool children. Then we have the tic disorders as well coming under the umbrella of neurodevelopmental disorders. And tic disorders are quite common in children as well, but when they become more chronic motor tic disorders or vocal tic disorders, that could be 2.5 to 9.4 per 1,000 of children. So now coming to the main talk, the interplay of genetic disorders. How do they overlap? So as I said, neurodevelopmental disorders affect the brain. So something happened in the brain development in that process that has gone wrong, and that's why we see the symptoms. And we know that in genetic disorders as well, these genes and mutations that we're talking about, they walk through particular pathways and cause disruption. So you can imagine that a genetic abnormality that has caused a disruption might then come up with a neurodevelopmental disorder, similar pathways, and they then end up showing the manifestation or the gene or the phenotype that we see in children. The issue is there are many genes and there are many mutations associated with neurodevelopmental disorders. And the more we test, the more information we have, and the more ability we have to tease out these differences and have better understanding. And as I said before, there is no clear correlation between the genotype, the molecular abnormality, with the phenotype, with what we see. So sometimes it can be difficult to establish and look at the link. But the more we have information and the more parents and doctors encourage families to test, the more we can help these families and predict what we can expect in them. So why genetic testing? As I said, number one, identification of the potential genetic cause of a neurodevelopmental disorder is quite vital for several reasons. Number one, for us to understand the molecular mechanism, as I've said, and if we understand the molecular mechanism, maybe we might be able to find some treatment that can make huge changes, as opposed to what we're doing currently, which is just looking at the symptoms. The other thing, it helps us understand the genotype-phenotype correlation, so we can monitor the progress of the disorder. So for example, a child has autism, but if we know they have another genetic abnormality, it gives us more robust information. It helps us talk to the parents about prognosis, we can anticipate difficulties, and establish therapy before we start seeing major complications. And as I said with the phenotype, the phenotype itself, when we're talking about how the disease presents, it really looks at two main things: the gene vulnerability and the mutational load. So yes, you might have a genetic abnormality, but what does that mean? When does that manifest as a neurodevelopmental disorder? So what do I mean by gene vulnerability? Basically, it's defined as the capability of a given gene to tolerate disruptions. So what it means is the lower the tolerance towards mutation, the higher the level of vulnerability. So you can't tolerate it, any small thing, then you're going to see a disruption. And mutations that affect highly vulnerable genes are then associated with quite significant disease. We'll talk about that a bit more in the next slide. Now, the second thing we look at is the mutational load. And what that means is you have a genetic abnormality, but for it to now manifest as a disorder depends on the total number of genes and how those genes interact with one another. You need all these almost moons aligning before you start seeing the phenotypic disorder. So here's just a picture to try and describe that a bit better. So the more you go towards, let's see if I can get this working. Give me a minute. Okay. So the more you move towards mutational load, so the more number of genetic abnormalities, the more they interact with each other, or the more vulnerable the gene is to disruption, so highly vulnerable genes, when you have all that together, the more complex the phenotype of the disease that we're talking about. So now, this is quite important for those that have looked at the results of a genetic test. You come and you see some that they say, oh, it's a rare variant or it's a common variant. What does that mean? So really, rare variants are mutations that happen in highly vulnerable genes. And those ones, as I said, are associated with quite significant disorder, with significant disease. As opposed to single disruptions, and when you see common variants, generally common variants, we all have our rogue genes, right? So those common variants are not usually associated with disease. But when you have enough number of those common variants, or they interact with each other, then you are more likely to see disease happening. So examples of neurodevelopmental disorders. And a significant proportion of the neurodevelopmental disorders that we've spoken about are polygenic in nature, meaning a lot of things come into play to then give us the phenotype that we see. And a lot of them actually do come from common variants. So talking about the mutational load, there is something called the two-hit model. And that means that the child inherits a genetic abnormality from the parent, so from the germ line. So it could be from the ovum or from the sperm, the abnormality is there and it's inherited and it can be transmitted. But that on its own does not cause a problem. But when the child de novo then has a hit or another subsequent genetic abnormality at the same point, then they begin to either manifest the disorder or the disorder that was there becomes more obvious. So this slide is just to show us quickly how it's almost like the bread and butter of genetics and inheritance. How do we inherit all these genetic disorders? Now, when we're talking specifically about neurodevelopmental disorders, the most common is the de novo autosomal dominant, which means, so let's go back a bit. If we look at this, autosomal dominant means you have a genetic abnormality in only one of the alleles of the gene. But because you have that, you manifest the disease. It's a dominant gene, so you manifest it. But if you look at this, both parents are not carriers. So this mutation happened de novo in the child. And that's what we see commonly in neurodevelopmental disorders. And I tell parents that when we're doing genetic testing, I prefer for them to go ahead with their child first. If we find the abnormality in the child, then we look to see if it's in the parents. But quite often, it's the child that has that problem. Another way they can be inherited is through autosomal recessive. And one of the speakers earlier on spoke about that. And that means the inheritance has to come from both parents. So you inherit one abnormal gene from a parent, and you inherit the second abnormal gene from the other parent. You need both of them for you to have the disorder manifested. But for us in neurodevelopmental disorders, we also have different ways. So the next one in D is the dual molecular diagnosis. So that means this child has two different abnormalities, but they add up enough to cause a problem. And the way this is inherited, they could either, in this first one, inherit one abnormality from the parent, and then they have a de novo mutation for themselves, or they just have de novo from both. And this is what we're talking about the two hit. One is inherited, and then the child has a de novo. So again, data currently available in the literature suggests that purely monogenic, so just the autosomal or the dominant or recessive, are the exception to the rule rather than the common in neurodevelopmental disorders. More often than not, it's either a dual diagnosis or there's something else, an environmental factor that can impact on it. And unfortunately, that's where stories come about MMR being a risk for autism and being seen as the child is predisposed, and then MMR comes in as a problem, which has been debunked. So this looks again basically at the molecular pathways. Again, this is all theoretical, but for you to know that there are certain molecular pathways that they all converging together for them to show the disorder. And this is a nice diagram. So the abnormality can either happen in the developing brain, either at the point of neuronal genesis, forming the neurons, at the time of migration, or at the time of differentiation. Or it can happen in the postnatal brain, which then affects the synapses and the balance between excitation or inhibition. So these are benefits of the genetic testing. We want to give accurate genetic counseling. We want to be able to assess the recurrent risk if we know the mode of inheritance. We want to be able to give prognosis. We want to understand these molecular pathways better because they can serve as a roadmap for research or even going on to therapy. And this again talks about some more of the benefits. So again, just to remind us, and I know some people mentioned it, these are some FDA-approved gene therapy that we already use in some diseases in children. So for example, we have gene therapy for spinal muscular atrophy, we have for hemophilia, if they fulfill some certain conditions, we have for sickle cell. And my dream is for us to be able to find an underlying cause for autism, for example, and be able to apply that and imagine if we can stand up and say we have a cure or something that can cure autism. So in summary, brain development we know is critical and is tightly regulated, and a problem or disruption in any of these tightly regulated processes is what causes a neurodevelopmental disorders. And we know the rare and common neurodevelopmental causing variants walk through pathways that end up to cause the same diseases that we see. And if we have a clear understanding of this, maybe one day we'll be talking about a cure for autism. And these are some of my references, and that's my contact details for anybody who has further questions. Thank you so much.
can go there.
Do we have any questions? There's a question, I guess, yeah.
Yes, please, do you have any questions?
Are having indeed a genetic cause?
Thank you for that question. So for those who didn't hear, how many of the children that I see end up having a genetic abnormality when tested? Now, the challenge of that is, we'll go back to the first question, what proportion of my patients accept to do genetic testing?
Oh, okay, I understand.
I'd say is less than 10% currently. And part of it is the expense. And the question they ask you is, what can we do about it if we do the genetic testing? And in fairness, because I know money is limited, I do tell parents that it's important, but I say if you have a limited amount of money at this point in time, focus on therapy, because that's what's going to make a difference. But of those who do genetic testing, I'd say maybe, again, you must be following the research. With the whole exam that we're doing, about a third of them will come out with a genetic abnormality.
And are you including in the therapy a different approach, more into the genomics, looking onto the microbiome and searching a bit the metabolome? No.
Sorry, I didn't.
Are you including in your therapy approach a part of the classical one, searching the microbiome or the metabolome of these children?
Okay, so I'm assuming from that you're talking about biomedical therapy. I don't practice biomedical therapy because the evidence out there is not sufficient enough for us to say we're going to apply it to every single child. But I do know, for example, if we're talking about diet and things like that, there are some children that a manipulation of their diet can have a significant impact.
This is linked to the microbiome, that's why I was asking.
So in a few children, it makes sense. But for those children, I'd expect to see something that suggests an abnormality, physical signs. Do they have a history of constipation, diarrhea, bloating, something that might link to it clinically before we then start talking about manipulating things. But as a whole, I don't do genetic therapy. But I'm happy to talk to parents about it and direct them on to clinicians that I know practicing that.
Because I read there are some publications saying that children with autism have a high proportion of Clostridium difficile in the gut. And interestingly, I found that in my patients when I studied the microbiome. And it's a very simple way of tackling it with right diet, food, and sometimes even medication or probiotics. And then you see in the phenotype how they really change.
So again, I leave that to people who practice that. I don't. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I'll be around for a bit longer in case anybody has other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Shola. I hope one day your dream comes true and we stand here and we say that we have a cure for autism. So thank you for your services. It means a lot. Our next presenter is Dr. Hanisha, Neurodevelopmental Behavioral Pediatrics, Neuropedia Children's Neuroscience Center, Dubai and Sharjah. And she's going to give a presentation on navigating dual challenges, assessing autism in children with rare diseases. Please come, doctor.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Ms. Amreen. It's my pleasure and honor to be here at the MENA Congress and share the stage with our wonderful team who's here. Today, for the next, let's say, 17 minutes, we're going to navigate the dual challenges that we have, which is with rare genetic conditions and autism, right? Today's topic, briefing through, we'd be discussing about the intersection between autism and rare genetic conditions, the challenges that we come across when assessing autism in this group of children, what are the innovative approaches and recommendations that's coming up, and research is helping us understand. And one of my favorite, collaboration and awareness and advocating for these children. Moving on with the overview, we all know autism is a neurodevelopmental condition which is affecting their social, communication, and behavioral aspects. And it's a spectrum, so the variety of presentation tends to be very diverse, where we say we've seen one child with autism, we've just seen one child, because they're so different from each other. Now, what about diagnosing this condition? There is a very specific criteria which helps us understand from the symptomatology of presentation, which includes a combination of persisting deficits or impairments in their social interaction and communication skills, along with restricted and repetitive patterns in their interests, behaviors, or activities, and sensory processing difficulties. And what is important is a combination of these affecting their daily living very significantly. What about prevalence? We're talking or hearing a lot about autism, and is it actually rising to an alarming number, turning out to be an epidemic? Well, yes, right? There's an alarming increase in the prevalence of this condition over the last 2 decades. Yes, we have better awareness, better screening tools, we're diagnosing these conditions more, but perhaps possibly there's also another component which we are yet to understand a lot better, which is also causing an increase in the numbers per se. Compared to what it was back in 2000, about 1 in 150, in today, as per 2023, it's about 1 in 36, which is close to about 3% of children whom we are seeing, or individuals who are on the autism spectrum, reinforcing the need to cater to this. Screen, recognize, intervene, support, include, right? Now, having spoken a bit about autism, what about rare genetic conditions? Well, again, we all know they affect a very small proportion of the general population, although put together, they bring about large numbers. They have a diversity, just like how Dr. Shola explained, that the presentations could be very variable even amongst a given genetic condition, and they have their own unique set of medical and developmental challenges, making it a bit tricky in the assessment and diagnostic process. What about the intersection of these two? Well, there's a limited understanding, I'd say, at this point about autism, and so is it with the rare genetic conditions, although we are learning more day by day. How is the intersection affecting, or rather, what is that we'd like to know is that in ASD, which means, let's say we are seeing about 100 children who are on the autism spectrum disorder, about 10 to 20% have an underlying genetic condition which is diagnosed, and perhaps this is with the limitation in the number of genetic testings we are able to do. Possibly if we are looking more, maybe the numbers would have been more. This is as per the current understanding. What about rare genetic conditions? Now, if we are looking at, let's say, 100 children with rare genetic conditions, how many of them possibly have a neurodevelopmental disorder or autism? It's quite a lot, right? It's definitely much higher among children with rare genetic conditions, which means the prevalence of neurodevelopmental disorders, and autism being one of them, is much, much higher, which means a child with a rare genetic condition is on a higher risk of having autism and other developmental concerns compared to a child without an underlying genetic condition, right? And therefore, it makes it extremely important for us to be on alert looking for autism in these children. The next question is, why is there a higher risk for them to have these conditions? Well, there are a lot of factors, the first being genetic vulnerability, which means there's a specific genetic mutation or alteration which is causing the condition as well as autism, right? Because they share the same genetic factor. Neurodevelopmental overlaps, which means the gene may not directly cause autism, but it's affecting the brain development, neurological pathways, neurotransmitters, which are potentially leading to a developmental condition like autism. Environmental influences. Now, we all know how it's an intersection. There are a lot of factors which affect the growing brain, perinatal period, or even earlier through the pregnancy that we are seeing. And these stressors have a potential high vulnerability with children who have a rare genetic condition. possibly because they are at a higher risk of mutation and alteration in their genetic pathways. Complexity is the other thing. A lot of times we see a symptom overlap, right? The deficits in social communication or repetitive behaviors may be a part of the genetic condition per se, which makes it sometimes maybe overdiagnosing and sometimes even misdiagnosing because they mask the symptoms of autism in these children. And association. Now, sometimes it's just a mere association. A genetic condition has multiple systems being affected, one of which is the neurological and developmental aspect leading to autism. Now, what is important also is the healthcare utilization, which means when a child has a rare genetic condition, we know their healthcare visits are more because of the complex needs, and it gives us better access to, let's say, screen them, pick up, and detect them, right? And therefore, because there's a better detection rate, it may appear that there is a higher risk in total as well. Though we see multiple aspects, what is important is it's multifactorial, which means you can have one or more of these which are playing an intersection between genetics and environment leading to the condition. Coming to common presentations, Ms. Amreen already had briefly told us that it could be either ways. They may present to a pediatrician, a neurologist, a developmental pediatrician with a neurodevelopmental concern, and thereby as a part of the evaluation, we detect that there is an underlying genetic condition associated with this. While perhaps the other ways they present is they already have a diagnosis and get referred for the developmental needs, and in the process of screening and follow-up, we identify that this child also has an autism spectrum disorder. How do we navigate through this? So through either presentations, the child's presented to us with difficulties in social communication and behavioral aspects, and how do we go through the diagnosis of autism in these children? We have a very detailed chat with the primary caregivers to understand what are the concerns with respect to the child's medical and developmental aspects, which includes a very detailed history taking, again going back to the importance of genetics and what Dr. Shola had spoken to us about the carrier status which takes place, and also dwelling a bit more into their perinatal and postnatal antenatal history to give us a better understanding of the environmental influences which could have potentially resulted in this. Examination of the child, very important because we don't want to miss on the other medical aspects or associated symptomatology, and collaborating with the other healthcare professionals, say genetists, neurologists, to help us better understand the child's condition. And sometimes it includes going beyond the clinical environment, which means the child may need observations in school or other settings to help us understand the challenges much better. And of course, understanding their behavior with respect to different social environments, right? So a lot goes through. The slide looks busy, but all this goes through in trying to understand the behaviors and development of the child. And we do have standard assessments. So these include a combination of clinical observations, caregiver information, a lot of algorithmic understanding to help diagnose both the developmental and the autism spectrum diagnostic entities of the child. Right. So we've compiled all this information, we've done all our assessments. What is the next step? It's important to collaborate, to understand what are the needs of this child, because we are doing all this to intervene, to help, to have better outcomes and make them more enabled, empowered, and inclusive, right? So we need to focus on the strengths as much to see how to navigate through and making the appropriate support plans which could be tailored to the needs of the child. Now, this is also very important because most often when we see autism in a child, it's not isolated, right? 80% of the time they come with a lot of coexisting conditions. So the mere presence of autism in a child with or without a rare genetic condition predisposes them to a lot of other mental health conditions. So it's very important for us to screen and detect these early, because the management of these can make a huge role in helping the child navigate through their day-to-day challenges. Well, what are the challenges in assessment? Now, the assessment looked quite straightforward, but sometimes we do have challenges when we are assessing for autism in children with rare genetic conditions, right? And what are the challenges which we go through? Limited awareness and research. We all know how the rare genetic conditions are quite limited in terms of our understanding, both in the medical fraternity and the public awareness. So further limited understanding of how autism presence in this small subgroup of population is further needing a lot of research. The heterogeneity, the presentation could be very different, and possibly we have not yet explored that entity of how autism presents in them, possibly a little different from what we see in the general population. Overlap of symptoms, right? Like I mentioned, conditions like Fragile X, Rett syndrome, a lot of these have social deficits and repetitive behaviors, which is very similar to what you notice in a child with autism. So that may lead to masking or missing the diagnosis sometimes. And complex medical histories. Just mere presence of an acute medical condition, which could be, let's say, a cardiac difficulty the child has, or seizure disorders, or other acute emergencies, take the forefront, and it might lead to diagnosis of autism and developmental conditions happening much later. Limited access to resources. We're talking across the globe. This is one of the difficulties or challenges finding the right support, and also difficulty in standardization, which I'll come to a bit later, but this is more in terms of the assessment tools that we're using, right? Like the ADOS, ADIR. These are more for the general population, and we do not know how much of this is replicable for children who have rare genetic conditions. And the other important aspect is the caregiver stress, right? Because when they're catering to a child with a rare genetic condition, there's a lot of physical and emotional challenge going on, and it might be a bit more difficult for them to reach out for developmental issues. Though we have these challenges, how do we navigate? Now, what is that we're trying to do to overcome these challenges and help establish the right management for these children by following a holistic perspective? What do we mean by that? We try to keep this comprehensive, which means we're looking at the child, the diverse genetic entities, developmental entities, and also looking into the other aspects of the family and the ecological system of the child. Collaborative, which means we're collaborating with the neurologist, with the genetist, getting a lot more information and input about this child and the other history. And individualized approach, because it's very diverse, so which means child-to-child basis, we need to approach the child very differently based on how they're present. What about the assessment tools? Well, okay, we're collaborating for the clinical aspects, but what about the assessment tools that we are using? How are we going to
5
navigate
minutes,
this?
doctor.
Yes, we need to bring forth a lot of modifications, right? Which means the tools may need a change in the algorithm, a change in the flexibility, or new items that need to be included, and a lot of innovative approaches like detectable sensors, eye tracking devices, digital phenotyping, which is coming up to help us understand detection better in conditions of rare genetic conditions, and integrating genetic tests and neuroimaging to add on to our wealth of information about the child. And we always need to make use of the advantage. Like we said, healthcare utilization patterns. They visit us or the fraternity of healthcare professionals so often because of the medical challenges they have. Let's utilize every opportunity we get to screen the child, look into the behavior, chat with the family, detect any early symptoms or signs with a developmental condition, and use that opportunity to intervene, engage, and collaborate with them, right? That's how we would make a huge difference in helping better management. Well, though the topic is more about diagnosis, a bit about management, so that, because that's the entity that we are looking at, right? We're diagnosing because we want to manage and support them better. Well, not a one-size-fits-all, so it needs to be extremely individualized. We need to ensure we are accurately targeting the needs of the child, because it could vary from one child to another, have very tailored support and intervention, and also cater to the other medical conditions, because this child doesn't come with an isolated autism challenge. Early intervention, extremely, extremely important, right? This is my favorite picture, and if you've seen me present before, you would have definitely seen this in every presentation of mine. 90% of brain development happens in the first 5 years. So we want to use the maximal neuroplastic ability of the brain to learn, to intervene, to support. So sometimes the complexity of the assessments may make it difficult for us to diagnose, but we're not going to lose out that time on intervening. We cater to the needs and start intervention, and then see how best we can support the child in terms of the diagnosis. and the need for adapting the challenges and the flexibility in the intervention strategies to make sure the child has better outcomes. Like we said, neuroplasticity is the ability of the brain to establish connections in tune to the environmental influences. So we want to utilize this maximal connection, strengthen the connection so that they get better skill development, which is called as the synaptic formation and pruning. And this is what explains the early neuroplasticity, which means as the child's growing older, you can see the amount of effort you need to change the wiring of the brain increases. So like how we say work smart and not just working hard, this is what we want to do. We want to work smart and try to catch the early years so we are able to make a difference by helping the child attain their best potential. And early intervention so much because we have proven, the research has proven time and again that it makes a huge difference to the outcome and quality of life of a child, be it with their developing of skills, their health, family life, attaining independence, or sometimes even codependence. Overall, the outcome would be fantastic if you're able to intervene much early than later. So what is that we know? We know autism has a high prevalence, especially in children with rare genetic conditions. Early screening helps us pick up these conditions better. There are some challenges, but we certainly are able to navigate by collaborating and also learning through research about the assessment tools which can be adapted and modifiable. And we already spoke about how the collaborative and comprehensive evaluation makes a difference, and early intervention is amazing, right? What is that we aim to do, or we aim to know? That more research into autism, because we're still learning perhaps what we are beginning to learn about autism, more research into rare conditions. That's again a rare entity, and now we're talking about two rare entities together, so there's a lot for us to learn about. And we want to promote collaboration just like today. We have families, healthcare professionals, and everybody who works around these children, including researchers, come together to share the knowledge that we have so that we're able to make a difference to them, improving assessment processes, advocating individualized plan for these children to help them in terms of their management and implementing these best practices timely and comprehensively. Overall, detect early, intervene early, and include them because we want them to be their best and attain their best possible potential. Let's together make a difference when it matters and move from survive to thrive. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
So, Doctor, you just spoke about, I call it the Holy Trinity, the medical professionals, the educational professionals, we have somebody from ADEX sitting at the back, and the parents, the families, the society. Do you find here, in your experience, we have a lot of that, or how much further do we have to go to raise awareness about that triangle?
I would certainly say we have started, which is the reason you're finding all of us together here, which is wonderful. And we still have a long way to go, right? So it's brilliant because we have already started taking steps, we have started collaborating, we have started understanding this better, and we still have a long way to go in helping us understand better. It's like we don't know what we don't know. So we are trying to get to know a lot more and share this information because it's very limited. Like we said, small pockets of genetic conditions, small pockets of these neurodiverse conditions. So it's only when we bring forth this information together from all of us is when we're able to make a difference. Yeah, so I say we've started the journey and I'm sure we'll be ahead very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hanisha. That was very insightful. One thing as a mother with 2 boys who have autism, I'd like to add is I wish and I pray genetic testing was cheaper so that everybody could afford it. Because the more I talk to parents, they want to get it done, but it's just that there's a lot of financial issues. So yeah, let's just pray that it gets cheaper with time. So our next speaker is a fellow special mom, a true inspiration to so many. Laura Loger. She's a founder, coach, mentor, neurodiverse family events, and she's going to give a presentation on autism from the perspective of a parent to a child with Cri-du-Chat syndrome. She's also a UAE ambassador for the Cri-du-Chat Research Foundation, actively working on a medicine that will help the patients with the condition. Please, Laura, come.
Thank you for everybody who is still here. I'm really, really grateful. And I'm going to be a little bit different. I thought it was 20 minutes. Okay, I'm going to be a little bit different to the others who have come before me. And I hope you'll enjoy our story. So today I'm not just going to tell you our stories, not just the struggles, but I'm also going to talk about the strengths, the opportunities, the solutions, and the transformation that has happened. I'm half a decade, a little bit more than half a decade into our journey. But first I want to reflect on some things that Dr. Shola was saying. She spoke about the importance of genetic testing. And I'm here to tell you that we were one of those families that did it, and it's going to reflect in the story we tell today. Dr. Shola, your dream is nearly there. There is a foundation called the Simon Searchlight organization that currently, actively, is looking for families with rare diseases in conjunction with a comorbidity of autism. So watch this space. And Dr. Hanisha, by the way, I'm her #1 parent student. I'm also the most annoying parent because I ask her endless questions. She spoke about the multiple visits and checkups. I'm one of those parents. And I just wanted to tell her publicly thank you for putting up with my non-stop questions. All right. So please stay with me until the end. I will finish in 15 minutes. Watch this. There is a special ask from the government, an opportunity for those of us who work here, medical, educational, and parents who are working, community. So please stay with me until the end. I have a special ask from the government. Before we begin, I want you to look at the person next to you. Do you know them? And let me ask you, I'm going to take exactly 2 minutes to do this. Do you know who they are? And if you do, talk to someone else. Where are they from? And why are they here today? I challenge you, and I'm timing you. 2 minutes. Your time starts now. One minute left.
30 seconds left.
unongona katandaka ari muzizo rangu auoni zidanda riri muzizo rangu.
How cool is that? Yeah, right? I bet you told stories. And I hope when you return tomorrow, you meet these people and you share more stories. So now I have 13 minutes, so I better get on with our own story. I have been preparing for this for the last 46 years of my life. So let me explain how I got here literally. The start of my journey is in the Caribbean, or the West Indies, for any Indians and Pakistanis who don't let us win cricket. I'm from two little islands called Trinidad and Tobago. I self-brand as a coconut. There are 1.5 million of us, so to meet me here today is extraordinary. We're very blessed because we have a very good education system, and I not only went to a very good school in the Caribbean, but I migrated to the UK, and believe it or not, I studied law and have a master's in linguistics and translation, and ended up in hotels, of all places. But I think it's because I really, really liked traveling. So I'm not just a coconut, I'm a rolling coconut, because I have lived in 9 countries, worked in over 33 cities, and if you think I'm looking Indian there, that is because, yes, I'm half Indian by descent, part French, part Chinese, and part Native American Indian. So imagine my son who is half Egyptian. So I met my Pharaoh over a decade ago in Egypt. I worked there for a year. And as you can see, I'm a professional learning and development specialist, and I love learning by developing others. Moved to the United Arab Emirates nearly 10 years ago. Actually 14. I'm getting old. And have been told that I look like I'm from Upper Egypt. Love Africa. But this is where the story really, really begins. Meet Ali, 6-year-old male, diagnosed at the age of 1, half coconut, half Pharaoh. Everything that Dr. Hanisha spoke about and Dr. Shola spoke about, we do. And with the joy of watching
my son's milestones emerge slowly. Comes the days where we do 24-hour EEGs. We've been diagnosed with epilepsy, and we've not had a formal diagnosis of autism, but part of Cri du Chat is autism-like manifestations. So here we are. Cri du Chat meets autism. For me, autism is not a disorder, it's a description. I have a list, and I have here, for those of you who really like hard copies, I have some handouts from the Cri du Chat Research Foundation. You're welcome to them. But for those of you who are, let me just check, has anybody here ever encountered a patient with Cri du Chat? Wow! Please send them my way. I haven't met any other families here. The Cri du Chat Foundation, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, we are on the lookout for those families because it helps us move our proof of concept process with the FDA to the next stage. What is 5P- syndrome? For those who have not encountered or who are new to it, a rare disease is 1 in 2,000. We are 1 in 50,000 versus autism, which is 1 in 100 according to the WHO. These are the genes, CTNND2 and TRIO, that are affected. It's the partial deletion of chromosome number 5. Both are on a spectrum. In the case of Cri du Chat, worst case scenario is that the child does not survive past his first year because it affects neurological and physiological delayed development. Many cases. In ours, most likely, it's a lifelong support because there is no cure, no drugs, no pharmaceutical treatments. Yet. So I said autism is not a pathological description for me. These are the things that it means to me. I see my whole child. I don't just see the deficiencies, I don't see the gaps. I consider him different, not less. And we work on a strengths-based system. Beyond IQ, many of the individuals who do manifest autism, neurological delayed development is quite obvious. With mine, I'm not so sure because you saw he's obsessed. He was standing in front of the Sharjah Space Science Museum. This kid can tell me all the planets in the solar system and what's in the Kuiper belt, but cannot tell me, Mommy, I want to go to the toilet. And as the ladies before me said, it's about being holistic. I am the conductor of all, everybody knows me. I am the coordinator of my child's care. But best of all, and it's people like Ambreen who helped me do this one, find wisdom. And it's not just in the support groups, it's coming to conferences like this and learning from you. I'm here for all 4 days, so if anybody has any questions, please ask me. I will be sure to ask you. Let's talk about Cri du Chat in the last 5 minutes I have. We have a strategic roadmap for the cure. Objective 1 is identifying critical genes. Again, all the details are here for those of you who would like to find out more information. There are fixing targeted genes. The scientific committee have identified which ones, and we're currently accelerating and preparing for clinical trials. We are under the mentorship of the Engelman Foundation, so we're learning from others. And we're combining our efforts with big organizations like Simon's Searchlight. And now the UAE has representation. I think I might be the first one in the Middle East and Africa. So watch this space. For anybody who is interested in having this soft copy, that is a QR code to help you get there. You're also invited to connect with me. My name is Laura Loger. I'm on LinkedIn, that's where I vibrate. And I'm happy to give you any information, tips. You want to rant with me, go ahead. Doctors, educators, parents. And now in the 4 minutes I have left. So one of the things that Dr. Hanisha said is we have to work together. The Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government is working on something for a part of the special needs population that often goes under the radar. I'm talking about the fathers, the dads. They're running a survey. For those of us who are working here in the United Arab Emirates, the ask today is, please scan this QR code. We currently have about 15 answers to this survey. This survey is going towards making policy to find ways of helping fathers of children of determination. 15 surveys is not enough. I volunteered to give the government 3 minutes of my presentation. Please, if you're in this audience, you work in the United Arab Emirates, you work with children of determination, even if you work in the region, do us a favor, scan, fill it up. It might be a bit complex, but it's for policy. They want as much information as possible. And on that note, any questions? It's short.
Thank you so much, Laura, and it ends the session here. Thank you so much for coming, and please do learn about autism. We need it.